Seattle Sports App.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello, Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. Good to be with you guys this morning. I'm trying to figure out, my day's going to be great. I want to let you all know that I'm in a good mood today. I know there's a lot of frustration about the Mariners' loss last night, and Andres Munoz, and why Ferrer wasn't in against Olsen, and why Luke Raley can't hit a cutoff man, and why they're one good inning with 2 home runs away from having lost all 5 games here on this homestand. I know there's a lot of frustration, but I'm personally in a good mood because I get to go to the DMV today. So you guys can be in a bad mood if you want. You can allow these games and these losses and these frustrating decisions and lack of execution and a lot of the controllable parts of the game. You can get mad about those if you want. I'm going to be in a good mood because I get to go to the DMV today. So I'll be chatting it up with all of the great people that you tend to find at the DMV. I'll be waiting in line, taking my number, waiting to be called, getting frustrated when they can't do whatever it is that I need them to do. Just don't worry. I will be happy because I'm going to the DMV, and I'm sorry that you don't get that opportunity today. You can meet me there if you want. I won't tell you which DMV I'm. Well, sure. I'm going to Shoreline, I think. Come meet me. That's where I'm going to be. All right. What happened last night? Nothing good. Once again, 3 hits, 3 lousy hits. It was not a good game for the Mariners. They didn't hit. They only scored the 2 runs. They blow a George Kirby start that was really good. He has been excellent this year. Kind of the hidden great story of the season has been George Kirby. He's been awesome. Essentially every start, getting deep into the starts and really dominating type of stuff. I thought he was great last night. Unfortunately, you blow the game and it leads to another batch of
Late Night Mariners texts.
The Spin Doctors have more hits than this team. Lyle, you know who the Spin Doctors are?
No.
Nor should you. You know who Alexi Lawless is?
Oh. Soccer analyst on Fox?
Used to be a goalie, right, years and years ago, with the red hair and all that. Alexi Lawless looked a lot like the lead singer of the Spin Doctors when they were both younger. I don't know if they still looked like... They were not a great band. 2 Princes, Little Miss and they do have a third, but they didn't have a 4th hit. So I think this text is wrong. That's 2 Princes. Yep. They're bad. Not a good band.
Maybe I've heard that one.
Yeah. Little Miss Can't Be Wrong, 2 Princes, and I think there was a 3rd song. So I think they have an equivalent number of hits. I don't think we can definitively say that the Spin Doctors had more hits. I think they're a 3-hit wonder, not a 2-hit wonder.
I guess it says Jimmy Olsen's Blues is another
No,
one?
I don't know that.
I don't either.
So maybe it was just 2. Yeah, the Mariners...
Cleopatra's Cat?
Huh?
Cleopatra's Cat?
No.
Yeah, I don't know any of those.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the Mariners out-hit the Spin Doctors last night. That's an unfair text. They out-hit the Spin Doctors last night. That old familiar feeling of doubt with the Mariners is now fully back, Mike. I'm back to thinking they are going to lose the game instead of feeling like they can come back. All confidence is gone. This stinks. Okay. Welp. The Mariners just lost another series at home. Can't win the World Series if you don't win series. I appreciate the thought. They haven't actually lost the series. They have to, play today in a rubber match. Now they're going to face a left-handed starter in Martin Perez. And as we know, left-handed starters have been a bit of kryptonite for this team. So I can understand if there is some doubt in your mind. But they do have their ace, Brian Wu, on the mound, and they are they haven't lost the series yet. I appreciate the frustration. They haven't lost the series yet. Let's see what happens. This team talking about the World Series expectations in spring training was such an improper approach. Why set the bar so wildly high? They're lucky they play in the AL West, or else we'd be having a much more solemn conversation. I agree with every single word of that. I never felt comfortable with the idea of talking about the World Series. Us talking about it is one thing. Them talking about it, no, I never really did feel all that comfortable with it. And I gotta say, like, you kind of you do look through the rest of the league. Yeah, you'd be in real trouble. You're only 2 games back in the AL West. They're the only team. This is a true story. They are the only team in the AL West with a positive run differential. That's true. The 4 other teams in the AL West are all below board. Rangers -4, A's -18, even though they're 18-17, the only team above 500. Astros -27, Angels -20. That's a terrible division. But yeah, at 18-17, if you were in the AL East, you would be in third place. I'm sorry, at 17-20, if you were in the AL East, you'd be in third place just ahead of Baltimore and way behind New York and Tampa. You would be in 5th place in the AL Central, although still right in it. You would be well behind the Braves, obviously, in the NL East. In the NL Central, well, all 5 teams are above 500, so you'd be nowhere close. You'd be in dead last. And in the NL West, rather, you got 2 good teams in the Dodgers and Padres. Nobody else has really done much. But you'd still be in 4th place there behind the Diamondbacks. So, yeah, it would be pretty ugly if you were in any other division other than the one you're in. And this is in a year where there aren't a lot of dominant teams. There are only 8 teams in all of baseball today that are more than 2 games above 500. Think about that. Now, that's saving the bacon. It's keeping you, right around where you need to be. Not going to go back on what I said just yesterday about, finding a way to tread water. You got to at least tread water, though, right? You got to at least tread water. Salk, I don't trust this team from doing the little things. Hitting a cutoff man, which could have saved a run. I'm not saying this lost in the game, but they've consistently shown they don't do the little things right. I agree with you. They don't. I don't know why. That used to be a hallmark of this team. They did the little things. They played clean baseball. They controlled what they could control. They didn't always hit, but they did those other little things, and it is definitely frustrating to see them not do it now. And then you get into some of the other decision-making challenges and the Andres Munoz challenges. Why are you bringing in Munoz in a non-save situation when they've got another game in the series tomorrow? I don't know. I don't necessarily criticize leveraging the closer in the 9th inning of a close game. You really wanted to try to win the series last night. Once you get to the 9th inning, there's not going to be a save situation. So the idea is you leverage your closer in the 9th, you try to win it in the bottom of the 9th, and you go from there. You know that they've got really, really good pitchers in their bullpen at the back end. So you're trying to make sure you don't lose the game before then. I get that. And I'm going to give Dan a little bit of grace on that, because he's just so short in his pen. He's missing 3 of his leverage arms, 2 anyway, plus Vargas. But the question is whether or not Ferrer needed to come in, or stay in, rather, to pitch to Olsen to start the 9th, I think is a very fair one. You can argue about up and down. You can argue whether or not it's a better idea. Pitchers, especially relievers, are better off when they don't sit down and then get back up again. And if I'm not mistaken, Ferrer had gone 2 innings the night before. Check me on that, but I believe the night before he'd gone 2. So bringing him back out to go 4 outs last night may have been a stretch. So I'm not sitting here killing him. But there's no doubt the Olsen numbers, lefty versus righty, are significant this year. Not necessarily as much for his career, but you got a 300 OPS swing between lefties and righties. He's like the best. He's Babe Ruth against righties. He's still good against lefties, but he's like Babe Ruth against righties.
1 1/3 the night before.
And meanwhile, Munoz has really struggled this year against lefties. Now, I don't know if that means that it's the time to go to the next lefty up in your pen. You've got to then use them for 3 outs. So it's not like you can throw Josh Simpson or the kid they got the other day, Suarez, out there. So I don't know that was a realistic option. this was probably, I mean, you probably could have stuck with Ferrer for one more at bat. I think overall what it just tells me and what I kind of get a little annoyed with is just the traditional use of a closer. Using a closer only in save situations or when you're leveraging him tie game in the ninth. I thought that the old strategy, the Marin, and we talked about this all the time, and I praised it over and over again then because I really believe in it, was identifying a hitter on the other team that you weren't going to let beat you and talking to each pitcher in your pen about how they were going to be used in that series and what pockets they would look to get them in there for. I thought that was brilliant. And I think that it allowed the Mariners to win more games with their bullpen than the talent necessarily showed. This is not that. This is just kind of rote. Okay, we go to the closer in the ninth. All right, but what if the most important position or spot was some other time? I've never liked this approach dating back 20 years. And seeing it come back kind of from the dead has been very frustrating for me. Very frustrating. What's worse, Salk? Losing the game in the ninth or watching the Leafs, who had a 1% better chance than the Kraken, jump up to first overall? Yeah, that one's more frustrating. You win today and the loss last night goes away. I'm going to read you some of the players that the Kraken are potentially going to draft at number 7. At number 1, you get a star, Gavin McKenna. At number 7, wait till I tell you that this kid Malhotra, maybe he's fine, but the comp is going to crack you up. I'll give it to you in Need to Know along with everything else next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafee and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contests and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Hey there, Dawn Reiling from Olympic Hot Tub. Time to celebrate spring and warmer days ahead. Get ready by adding a hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. For nearly 50 years, Olympic has been offering products to help people live better. During our Soak, Sauna, and Swim event, find your perfect wellness solution and save thousands through May 10th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net.
Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
With Progressive Customer Service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Mariners and Braves this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms, so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Trex decking products on sale now through May 31st at Dunn Lumber.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, another night without a lot of offense. This time it did cost the Mariners. Just 3 hits over the course of the night. 16 strikeouts, not good. J.P. Crawford, the lone big one, he drives in 2 runs with a home run. But they made Bryce Elder and company look very, very good. And George Kirby, he was right there with them. He was tremendous, I thought. And he's been their best starter, most consistent here through the first month plus of the season. But unfortunately, the bullpen, specifically Andres Munoz, gets a tie ball game in the 9th, faces Matt Olson, and it didn't go well.
The stretch and the 2-1 pitch, swinging a fly ball deep into the gap in left center field. Julio going back, and this one is gone. Goodbye baseball. Into the pen and opposite field, home run off the bat of the left-handed hitting Matt Olson, the other way to left center, and the Braves have the lead 3-2 here in the top half of the 9th inning.
Yeah, they were not able to come back from that. They are now 3 games below 500. They'll need a win today to avoid a 1-5 homestand. Afterwards, Dan Wilson explaining why Matt Olson's so good.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it twice. Honest and he's a tough hitter. There's no question. That going in. He's one of the best in the league, and that's. You got to make pitches against him, and even sometimes when you make good pitches against him, he's able to handle them, and it was a tough one tonight, and like we said, didn't try to do too much.
Well, As we said, game 3 today. Today, 1:10 start. Brian Wu looking to bounce back from a couple of duds. He'll face the lefty, Martin Perez, 35 years old, but coming off a couple of pretty good appearances to start the year for the Braves.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, the results weren't great, but it was good to see Cal Raleigh back in the lineup last night after a 3-game absence. He DH'd. That's going to be the norm for a little while until he's cleared to catch. The good news, no real restrictions. He can swing from the right or left side of the plate. Unfortunately, did go 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Dan, though, happy to get him back.
Able to get Cal back in the lineup today, the DH spot. Excited about that, and give him a lot of credit for getting back quickly and getting himself to a point where he feels a lot more comfortable out there. So, great job on his part.
Yeah, good to see Cal back again. First game back obviously did not look his best, but I'm sure he will be okay. Brendan Donovan get back into the game for the first time last night in Arkansas. He doubled in his return, so hopefully he will be back with the club sooner rather than later. Bryce Miller set to make his 4th rehab start tonight with the Aqua Sox. His line last time, 4 innings, 2 hits, no runs, a couple of walks, but actually pitched very well. So Bryce Miller hopefully nearing a return, and obviously that will lead to a lot of questions about the best way to maneuver through this rotation. Jeff Passan gave us some good stuff yesterday. You'll hear it coming up in just a few minutes as we will play you the entire interview with Jeff.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Look, I know it was never going to be likely, but the Kraken obviously did not win the NHL draft lottery last night. Instead, that goes to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Yup, the same talented team that just fired their GM after missing the playoffs for the first time in a decade. And yes, the same hockey-crazed, huge market that can drive NHL ratings. They're going to get Gavin McKenna, considered really to be the only star in this draft. Awesome. So you start looking at what might be there at 7th. I probably looked at 3, 4, 5 mock drafts last night, which is dorky, I know. But whatever. You got an undersized center named Viggo Bjork, who might be good, but also could just end up being a bottom 6 guy. Another center named Caleb Malhotra. Anyone care to guess who Malhotra's best comp is statistically? That would be Matty Beniers. I like Matty Beniers. I don't need another one. There are some other defensemen with a wide range of projections, so hopefully maybe they go in that direction. But very frustrating. There's only so many ways to really turn around your franchise. The Leafs keep getting lucky with these top picks, and the Kraken obviously do not. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. It really does help to have a star. McKinnon, by the way, San Jose ends up with the number 2 overall pick. They kind of float into that one. And so they're going to add another star in all likelihood, or maybe a very good defenseman to go with some of the guys they've put together on that team, which is frustrating. And, they're in your division. So that's going to make that one even worse. So a lot of frustration there. Totally get it. In terms of the spin doctors, thank you for somebody who pointed out that there was a 3rd hit. It's Jimmy Olsen's Blues, but you probably know it as Pocket Full of Kryptonite because that's what he says, and that was the name of the album. So, all right, they tied. Spin Doctors and Mariners tied for hits last night.
I've heard the other two. I've never heard that.
I knew that one when I heard. Let's go 2.5 hits. I knew that one for sure. Yeah, I don't want to look. It's just a lot of Dan stuff, and I hit another tough night last night. And then when you hear some of the explanations afterwards, it does not fill you with confidence. He always just sounds a little unsure of himself later, and I'm sure he's not. I'm sure that's just the way he speaks with the media, which seems to be something he's not particularly comfortable with to begin with. But it is frustrating. So he's asked last night about whether or not he could have sent Ferrer back out in the 9th to face Olsen.
I mean, we thought about it, but Mooney threw the ball super well last night, and I thought, he was the guy, and he was able to get him tonight.
I assume he means Olsen was able to get Munoz tonight. Yeah. There's not a tremendous amount of conviction behind it. I think that makes it hard. 206. So Dan's the one responsible for getting 2 hits? No, he's not. Edgar is, right? Since Edgar's always responsible when they get 20 hits. He's also responsible when they get 2 hits, right? No, none of them are responsible for that. It's just that the hits are out, this is what we talked about yesterday. Hitting is somewhat outside your control. There's a pitcher on the other side who's doing something. That's not to say that you don't control your own body, but there's a process that's important with hitting. Hitting the cutoff man, that's perfectly within your control. That's an unforced error when you miss. And when a team continues to make unforced errors like that, yeah, it speaks to the guy in charge. Absolutely. And similarly, the decision-making, those are unforced errors. Those are things you can control. And that's why I think we tend to focus on those. Yeah, sure, absolutely. The hitting is not good enough. And you heard Aaron say it last night. He's absolutely right. You got to get more than 3 hits. But at the same time, you got to also make the decisions, because one of those hits was a home run coming after a walk that puts you right in position to still win the game, even without getting a lot of hits. All right, Jeff Passan is very opinionated on this. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
You know, just head-scratching moments, just booting ball, just sloppy play.
Are the Mariners really as far down as they appear? Turns out they are. 28 out of 30 in terms of defensive wins above replacement. It's a concern. The numbers say it's a concern. Your eyes say it's a concern. And for a team that's built around pitching, defense, run prevention, you can't give extra out.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Mike Salk here. I don't know the last time you went around inspecting your crawl space or your attic just to see what was going on in there. It's been a while, right? Or maybe it's been like never. Yeah, I get that. I don't want to go in there. That's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to, because most of us never go and do that stuff. They will, though. They'll head into your crawl space and attic and check and see what's going on in there. If you've got any issues with water or toxic mold or rodent intrusion, and the big one, insulation, right? You don't want to be too hot in the summer or here in the spring even, and you don't want to be too cold in the winter. Your furnace, your air conditioning, they start working overtime. Right now, local utility companies do have incentives for homeowners to make their home more energy efficient with proper insulation. So don't assume your crawl space and attic are in great condition. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros and schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Michelle Smallman here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com, because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to cars4kids.org. Call 1-877-CARS4KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line, and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Mariners and Braves this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our Kids Zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
People can see through if it's not genuine, and it's genuine here. The Johnsons always talk about in orientation meeting, their dad and grandpa, they always maintain that it's a people business. We're not here to sell cars and work on cars. That's what we do, but it's really about just helping people. Every month we have a new employee orientation meeting, and the Johnsons present. They can't get out to all the stores every day and meet everyone, but at least they get to shake hands with new employees every month in the orientation meeting. And they tell everyone there's not one car deal or one repair order that is worth tarnishing our reputation and ruining an experience for a customer. That just is really what is instilled.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Good morning, Jeffrey.
Gentlemen, how are you?
I got a question right out the gate for you, Passan. And I don't want to taint it. I don't want to bias it. How would you characterize your demeanor a week ago when it was Greg Bishop next to Salk and not me?
What's the right word for this?
Nervous?
It's on defense. a real test of friendship, frankly, to see just how far he would go. And I'm sure you noticed this, Mike, but I was so nervous, I immediately addressed me getting arrested unprompted.
The best part is the entire time the interview was going on, before he asked each question, Greg didn't have any interest in talking about baseball. He would just look at me, turn off the mic, and be like, "Can I ask another question just about Jeff's life?" I was like, I think we have to have a couple of baseball things. We pay Jeff to talk about baseball here. He's like, "Okay, fine. Just tell me when I can ask another question."
Yeah, he felt like we were talking a foreign language. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, baseball to the non-baseball devotee can be a little tough, and we tend to get in the weeds here, which I love, and it's why I'm genuinely glad he's not back.
All right, well, let's get into the weeds right off the bat. Well, the biggest marker, I guess you would say, of the Mariners so far this year, 5 weeks in, is just these ups and downs, just a lot of inconsistency. We've seen little glimpses of what we thought we would see throughout the year, and we've seen other moments that are really, really hard to watch. What do you make of inconsistency?
It's the epitome of frustration, because you know what this team is capable of. And you know what they're capable of, not just because you see it on paper, but because they will actually show you what they're capable of. And so then when they're not playing like that, when it's sloppy baseball, or when it's 14 strikeouts from the starting pitcher and you lose the game, or, when it's inconsistency in the lineup, you're like, what's wrong here? Is it focus? Is it something else? I can't pinpoint it, but I do know this, guys. Good teams are consistently good. Mediocre teams are inconsistent. And the Mariners need to find that gear and understand that, we're a quarter of the way through the season here, right? Like, this is not a small period of time. You've got 3 more to go, and they cannot be anything, frankly, like the first quarter of the season if you have the aspirations that you say you do, which is to win a World Series.
Where does Jeff Passan go when Jeff Passan wants to dig into the defensive numbers of a baseball team?
I tend to start on Baseball Savant and looking at outs above average. But I let me just say this. I genuinely think that small sample defensive metrics all kind of stink. And I don't totally buy even like full season, single season defensive metrics. I don't know that it's always a representative enough sample. I tend to look at guys, over multiple seasons to tell me if they are as good as the numbers say they are, because defensive metrics can just fluctuate year over year so much. We came into this season thinking Luis Arraez is one of the worst defenders in baseball. Do you know who leads MLB in outs above average right now? It's a 3-way tie at the top. Pete Crow Armstrong, Gold Glove winning center fielder, Bobby Witt Jr., Platinum Glove winning shortstop, and Luis Arraez.
Is that how Julio can go from 97th percentile to 3rd percentile? Which is, I know it's only been a couple weeks, but bizarre. And, the defense thing has been a question here. The eyes tell you their defense has not been great. And then the outs above average, they're dead last in the league. Now, that's, again, small sample, 5 weeks, but that's looking at an entire team. I don't know if that changes some of those numbers for you at all.
No, not really, but I do tend to lean a little bit more on the eye test and even on some of the older school stats. I understand how hard it is to get an error in Major League Baseball these days, but I think something like that is telling. How many balls in play do you turn into outs? Like, that's the name of the game, right? I don't care about 5-star catches. I don't care what the route I care about routes, don't get me wrong, but I don't care about the granular numbers of all those things that defensive metrics now measure. I care, did you make the out or did you not? And that to me is the thing upon which fielders need to be judged. And it's where defensive metrics miss a little bit. I just don't think that the numbers necessarily tell the story of the defender himself. I feel like they tell the story as much as anything of the positioning that teams come up with for the defenders. And that goes a long, long way to making maybe an average defender look plus and a plus defender look average.
Is there still a premium, though, on being strong up the middle, catcher, shortstop, center field in today's game?
Absolutely, as well there should be. I understand that hitters now are actively trying to pull the ball, right? So maybe that desire for pulling the ball in the air makes the corner outfielders a little bit more important. But at the end of the day, the majority of balls are going to go to the shortstop, second baseman, center fielder, and the catcher clearly is the most important of all. So I am fully on board with getting your up the middle diamond as strong as possible defensively. And is J.P. Crawford a strong defender at shortstop? No. At second base is once he's back, the combination of Cole Young and Brendan Donovan, it's fine. And I still think Julio's a good center fielder, and I still think Cal Raleigh's a very good catcher. But they need Cal to be healthy, and they need Julio to figure out whatever is dragging him down, whether it's the jumps, whether it's the routes. The numbers and those percentiles they're where they are for a reason. The numbers are saying something. Is it a full capturing of Julio Rodriguez defensively? I don't think so, but does it indicate that there are some things that are a little bit amiss? Yeah, I think it probably does.
How much of defense is controllable? That was the other question we were kind of wrestling with yesterday is so much of baseball is not within your control. You go out there and we talk about process, right, with hitting a baseball, and so many parts of it are just they're process driven. But there are still parts of the game that are controllable. Your decision making, some of your base running. Do you put defense into the controllable category?
Yeah, I think to some extent. I mean, look, we can look at the origin of fielding independent pitching, which is the number that's determined for pitchers by the three true outcomes: the number of strikeouts they have, the number of walks they have, and the number of home runs that they allow. And the idea behind this theory, or the progenitor of this, was DIPS, defense independent pitching, by a guy named Voros McCracken, 2 to 3 decades ago now. And his theory was that if the average on balls in play is right around 300, it essentially makes all the things that a pitcher can control, strikeouts, walks, and home runs, that much more indicative of what they do. It also inherently suggests that defense doesn't have a whole lot to do with the outcome of a batted ball. And that's why positioning has become such an important thing, having your guys in the place where the hitters are likeliest to hit the ball. That being said, you still need to field it cleanly. You still need to make good throws. You still need to hit your cut. You still need to do all those fundamental things that make for a good defensive player. And even if the M's don't necessarily have the defensive range that some other teams do, I do think a lot of defense comes down to, beyond the positioning, comes down to effort.
One of the things I love about Mr. Passan, who joins us every week during the baseball season, and usually at this time, every single Tuesday, is your kind of under the hood numbers. You mentioned FIP right there. The eyes tell you one thing. Sometimes those under the hood numbers tell you another thing. Do those under the hood numbers measure up with what our eyes are seeing from Emerson Hancock? Because right now, to the eye test, he looks like the best pitcher on this staff from his number of starts to begin this season. Does the FIP and some of the other things support that?
Well, I'll say this. When you go out and punch 14 and don't walk anyone, that goes a long way to helping your FIP. And I mean, there was, I don't know if it was his last strikeout, but there was a left-handed hitter at the plate, and Emerson Hancock threw one of the nastiest sweepers I've ever seen. I mean, it turned the guy inside out. And when you can throw pitches like that, I mean, my goodness. The Mariners have, I'm not going to say that they have fallen backward into a gold mine, because I think a lot of what we're seeing right now, frankly, was developed, and that they helped Emerson Hancock figure out, okay, this is who I am, and this is what I should be, and that's exactly what he's been to this point. It's been awesome to see. In terms of FIP itself, yeah, I mean, he's got the lowest on the staff. He's a 2.87 right now, which here's the thing about FIP. I don't like it as a number that tells me what has happened already, but it is pretty good for predictiveness. And that's the positive part going forward. By the way, I got it wrong. His xFIP, that's expected FIP based on home run rate, is 2.87. His actual FIP is 3.69, which is right in line where George Kirby is. But he's gotten pretty unlucky on home run balls. 17.5% of his fly balls have gone for home runs. And so that, when adjusted down to what's expected, around 10% or so is league average. That's when the expected FIP is even better. So the projections, the models, they think Emerson Hancock's going to keep doing this. And if he does, man, the rich get richer.
You said last week that you thought Cade Anderson was essentially major league ready, that he was done with Double-A. There's not room for him, obviously, on the major league rotation right now. So what do you do? Is there any value to moving him to Triple-A? That's not a typical path for a big-time pitching prospect. But what do you do?
It can be. I think you see more guys skipping AAA on the hitting side than on the pitching side, and it also depends on age. I actually love the idea of moving Cade Anderson to AAA because AAA is populated with former big leaguers and guys who are not going to swing at your crap, and guys who know how to take professional at bats, and guys who are going to grind you down. And look, if a guy takes good at bat and has power, he's going to be in the big leagues. So there's always something missing there, but it's a different sort of challenge that I think somebody like Cade Anderson could really stand to have before he makes it to the big leagues.
And I understand Arkansas is a pretty pitcher-friendly park to be in, and I understand that the Pacific Coast League, especially as the weather warms, gets a little bit more difficult to pitch. So give me a realistic timetable. Yeah,
like I'm okay with that. I want Cade Anderson, if I'm the Mariners, to get punched in the mouth. I want that to happen because it's been a long, long time since it has, and whether it was his track record at LSU back in high school, he's always the best player on the field and, punching out a dozen plus every game. Like that's the path of the dominant starting pitcher through the amateur levels and all the way up through the minor leagues. So I think you can put Cade Anderson in AAA tomorrow, and that would be perfectly fine. But if they want to keep him down a little bit longer and let him show that he doesn't belong at that level even more, I don't think rushing Cade Anderson is necessarily an important thing. Maybe we get to the halfway point of the season and the M's are in a bad place and they're arguing with themselves and saying, I think it's probably a good idea to have the 26 best players in our organization up on the big league roster right now. And I'll say this, Cade Anderson's one of their 26 best right now. I firmly believe that, but that doesn't mean that at this point he should be in the big leagues. There are complications. I mean, it's already going to be weird enough when Bryce Miller comes up, right? What's going to happen to the rotation then? Adding Cade Anderson into that just seems like an unnecessary self-inflicted wound.
What is going to happen? It's going to be about a week from now if Bryce's next outing, which I think is soon, gets up to 75 or 80 pitches and he feels good coming out of that. What happens a week from now in the rotation?
I think that they are looking at this like it's a first world problem and that they will handle it at the appropriate time, and that coming out beforehand and telegraphing or suggesting what they're going to do has a chance to potentially anger people, hurt feelings.
What does Jeff Passan want to do? Because you're not in the organization. What do you want to do?
I think it all depends on where Luis Castillo's frame of mind is. And if Luis Castillo is open to going to the bullpen, you consider that. And if he is not, then you take a look and see what his willingness to go on the injured list is. And if that's not the case, then maybe you do consider a six-man rotation. I think there are just lots of different possibilities here, but there's no point in trying to adjudicate them before necessary.
Do you take into account the injuries and challenges they have in their bullpen right now? Munoz has had his ups and downs. Brash is on the shelf. Vargas is on the shelf. Gabe Spire is on the shelf. Does that factor in for you?
I mean, it can, but I think what also factors in is Luis Castillo has done this for a really long time at a really high level and been a really important part of the success that you've had organizationally. And I don't take that lightly. Like, I think the way that you treat people who have done right by you and helped you get into the position, they're not disposable. And so you can't just say to Luis Castillo, you're not performing right now, you're going to the pen. Well, you could. I just don't know how well that goes over, and I don't know what sort of precedent that sets treatment of players going forward. And look, it would be the cold thing to do. And sometimes in pursuit of winning, guys, you got to do cold things. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I would begrudge the Mariners for doing that, but I think doing something like that also does come with consequences. So you just have to be mindful of those. And a clubhouse dynamic is very fragile. And this is where leaders matter. It's where you get the pulse of the room, not just from your manager or from your coaches, but from the players as well.
You've got better touch point and pulse on the entire league than we do here in Seattle. As you say that, I, sitting in this seat, feel like 36 games in, Major League Baseball has been cold-blooded. Boston fired, Philadelphia fired, slow starts in those places with high expectations. I mean, that feels fairly cold-hearted and cold-blooded. Is that kind of where baseball is maybe a little bit more today, or are those two markets unique?
Good
yes,
question.
and
I think that those are relatively unique scenarios because the thing is, they have to keep Luis Castillo around, right? Like regardless of how he's pitched so far, I think we would all agree that the Mariners, like, having a productive Luis Castillo makes them much likelier to be a World Series team. And so, you can get rid of your manager and survive that, but knowing that Castillo has to be around still, you just need to be mindful of the way, not even the way that you're treating him, right? Because the way that you're treating him is through your perspective. The question is, how does he feel like he's being treated?
Mm-hmm.
That is imperative here. And if you can thread the needle and figure out a way to solve your problem while still keeping Luis Castillo content, then that's the ideal. That's the goal. That is the aim of this whole thing. And it's a very delicate and difficult subject.
If you have that tab open on your computer still with the XFIP and the FIP, where do the models say Luis is going? Has there been some bad luck? Are those numbers maybe not as harsh as the ERA and the eye test has been, or are those numbers equally harsh?
Well, let's see. We have to, see, it's not good when we have to lower the number
Keep
of
scrolling.
innings. It's, let's put it this way. Right now, this is surprising. And it's not because he gave up 4 home runs yesterday, and that tends to skew things. Logan Gilbert actually has the worst FIP on the team at 4.44. Luis Castillo is right there alongside Brian Wu, 4.25 versus 4.22. So there is positive regression that is expected from Luis Castillo at this point. But to me, like the most alarming thing with him right now, like when Luis Castillo was at his best, talking Cincinnati especially, he got a lot of ground balls. And ever since he's come to Seattle, it's been much more of a fly ball pitcher, but he's down to a 33% ground ball rate this year. Not good. I will say this, the positive regression is going to come in the form of runners being stranded. He's got a strand rate right now of only 58.8%. League average is somewhere in the 70-plus range. So when guys start getting stranded and stop getting knocked in a little more, things, in theory, the numbers suggest to us will turn around.
How concerned should we be about Cal? Has now missed 3 games with what was originally, I don't know if you've ever heard the term general soreness used in baseball. I've only heard something like that in hockey. But
Salk wakes up daily with that.
We got to learn about general soreness.
I was just going to say, general soreness is something with which I am very familiar.
Yeah, okay. Well, Cal had general soreness, and now apparently it's a core/side injury. 3 games, no IL. What is your level of concern?
I think the combination of just him being beaten down with the numbers that he's put up so far this season are concerning. The Mariners were who they were last year because Cal Raleigh was who he was. He has not been that to this point. And so the Mariners are not the Dodgers. They don't have the luxury of letting Blake Snell take a month and change to get ready before the season. They don't have the luxury of putting Edwin Diaz on the injured list for the next 3 months as he gets some work done in his elbow to, make him good for October. The Mariners, they want to be in October, but they don't have the depth that allows you to just say, you know what, Cal, go and get healthy, take as much time as you need. And part of that is a bad start, right? Like they find themselves behind the A's. They find themselves, I think, behind the Rangers still. Like they're digging out of a little hole here. I think it would be a lot easier to stomach if, instead of being 16-19, they were 21-14 and felt like they were in a comfortable position. No, they're clawing right now, and doing so without Cal Raleigh, it makes it that much tougher.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. Now 17-20 after the loss last night. So what is it we're watching? Why was it so frustrating last night? And what are the right moves you can make? Yeah, we'll discuss. Brock's in next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
Just head-scratching moments, just booting ball, just sloppy play.
Are the Mariners really as far down as they appear? Turns out they are. 28 out of 30 in terms of defensive wins above replacement. It's a concern. The numbers say it's a concern. Your eyes say it's a concern. And for a team that's built around pitching, defense, run prevention, you can't give extra out.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey South Sound, Jermaine Kurtz with Pacific Northwest Interiors. Come meet me at the grand opening of Pacific Northwest Interiors featuring CS Floors. May 7th in Tacoma. Check out our website for more information, csfloors.net.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gage Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies of all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to Old Salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
Hey there, Dawn Riling from Olympic Hot Tub. Time to celebrate spring and warmer days ahead. Get ready by adding a hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. For nearly 50 years, Olympic has been offering products to help people live better. During our Soak, Sauna, and Swim event, find your perfect wellness solution and save thousands through May 10th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Harry Douglas here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Mother's Day is coming, and you gotta show love to the mothers in your life. You know you gotta take care of mom. Plus, my wife just became a first-time mom. So yeah, Mother's Day matters, and you gotta get it right. That's why I'm sending flowers from the Books Company. Right now, get 25% off with code Canty. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Mother's Day is May 10th, so don't wait. Go to Books.com, use code Canty to get 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Well, kind of a familiar story last night, Brock, as the Mariners drop another one, and it's starting to feel like these are looking alike. They're having there's a lot of shared problems in a lot of these now 20 losses that we've seen this year. Not all of them. They're not all exactly the same. But last night felt like it hit on a few of the themes. Obviously not hitting. They did not hit very well last night. Just 3 hits on the night. Obviously, that's a problem. And
is it, Mike?
Yes,
I mean, is it?
It's one you got to address.
Is it a problem when you go 6 innings without a ball out of the infield? It's a problem.
There it is. Well, because you got to hit. They did not once again last night. Nobody's going to sit here and tell you that that's not a problem.
Yeah.
And then also some of the sloppiness and decision-making question marks that we've kind of talked throughout the year reared their ugly head again. You got Luke Raley airmailing a throw that, may have cost them. And then you got another question mark about the best way to handle the bullpen last night with a lefty potentially to face Matt Olson, and unfortunately Munoz faces him and gives it up. So, you kind of run through all of those things, and there's some familiar themes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've also got a couple other things for you here. How about 130? Do you know what 136, 140, 178, and 180 is right now?
A couple of batting averages.
Yeah, that's a bunch of the batting averages that are running out, unfortunately, on a nightly basis in many occasions, and that's just untenable. I mean, that is like a 1 for 10, right? That's a 1.5 out of 10. It's just really, really hard to put up crooked numbers to do much damage. I mean, thankfully.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go 1 for 10 over and over again, you're going to end up with 3 hits in a game.
That's right.
I mean, that's essentially what that is.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. That's pretty good math.
If everyone on your team, I mean, it's not exact, but like if everyone on your team is going 1 for 9, that would be 3 hits in a game. 1 for 10 would be a little worse.
Yep. And, when you got that kind of in each pocket of your lineup, right, and Cal at the top, and obviously first game back, and his timing was way off, and he just couldn't kind of catch up with anything. That's Rivas at the bottom of it, that right now is having to play every day. And honestly, I feel...
1 for 10 would be exactly 3 hits in a game.
That's right.
Yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
1 for 9 would not be. 1 for 10 would be exactly 3 hits in a game. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just had thinking through the math. Took me a second.
Early math.
Because there'd be 9
early
outs for every 1 hit if you're 1 for 10. Yeah, okay, good. Hey, nice job by me.
Yeah, I legitimately don't know if I have felt worse for somebody other than Dylan Moore's first day at third base where he had 3 errors. And I was like, oh gosh, I just feel so bad. He's a beautiful man. He's got a lovely wife. He's got kids. He's got family. He's got an agent. He's got friends. And he is out there on an island, and it's just he just can't function. And right now with little Leo Rivas having to play every day, he just can't hit at this level right now. I mean, the confidence is shattered. It's like a backup quarterback that's got to play, and I've seen a lot of them over my 2 decades of watching it. And you're just like, Max Brosmer, bless your heart. I mean, God bless you. You just can't play at this level, right?
All those things are true, Brock, and they're frustrating, and they're not good enough.
And I don't say that to tear down.
No, I know that.
I really don't. I honestly have
he's being put in a tough spot. But you got to be able to survive those things. You're going to get Brendan Donovan back here in another couple days. He had a rehab start last night, had a double down in Arkansas. Yeah. So that will end. Again, I just the controllable versus the out of your control.
Yeah.
Leo Rivas hitting is out of your control. Right? I mean, he'll do the best he can, but unfortunately, Donovan got hurt.
Is Randy Arozarena swing decision on a 2-2 count out of his control? This is where your player thing, 10%, it gets me.
Yes.
I'm like,
it is.
It's a 2-2 count. The ball's 2 feet outside. The ball was nearly out of the left-hander's batter's box, and you decide to just go full blow. And
I don't know.
That's out of his control. That swing decision's out of his control.
Yes. It is because that swing decision is based on the pitch that's being thrown. That was the first slider the guy threw him. He threw him 6 other pitches and then threw him a slider, and he fooled him. Like that. Yeah. That to me is a fight. Sometimes you win fights. Sometimes you lose them. Was it a good swing? No, obviously not. I'm not trying to defend Randy and say that's a great play. It's not. But yes, there is an element of that is outside your control. You're doing battle. It's not an unforced error. Luke Raley airmailing that's an unforced error. Any error is an unforced error. That's why they call it an error. Mm-hmm. Those are errors. That is an error of something that you could have handled without anybody else affecting the play. You just need to throw the ball. You just need to catch the ball. You just need to make a good decision to put your team in the best situation to win. Those are in your control, much more so than whether or not you strike out against a pitcher who throws a nasty slider in that spot. Yeah, I see them as being
wouldn't call
totally
that.
different.
I don't know if I can call that a nasty slider.
Really?
It's 3 feet outside. Nasty slider is something that's in the zone and then dives and that's a really hard. I mean, just purposely making a decision that I'm just going to be in go mode and swing and get, and he wasted or, got out of 3 pitches there and it was not an awful at bat. He fought.
Yeah, I don't know. I view those so differently. I don't even see it as a decision. You're talking about a decision that you're making in a split second against these pitchers are so nasty these days. I'm not telling you it's a good at bat or that it's fine. I don't want to sit here and defend Randy because he struck out in a big spot. But the other guy gets paid too. The other guy is pretty good. The other guy gets paid too.
So do you tip your cap?
Wasn't that against Suarez in the 8th?
It was Iglesias.
It was Iglesias in the 9th. Okay, fine. He's a guy they've chosen to use as a closer over Suarez, who's about as nasty as it gets.
I am going to throw something out. Did he make that decision in a split second? I can't know for sure. But
that's a fair question.
But that looked like to me before the pitch had even been thrown that he had in his mind that he was ready to end it, and he got completely fooled by spin.
I think Ryan Davis calls that a Randy hack.
Yeah,
and I'm just going to swing, and I don't really care. So, and the first swing of the at bat was probably
I don't want to sit here and defend Randy. I don't mean to put myself in the position of defending a mediocre Randy Arozarena at bat late in the game. The point being there's another guy involved in that.
Yeah.
The pitcher is still pitching, and Iglesias is still good. I'm not wild about Randy's at bat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there is an element of swing for the fences and hit a home run and win the game. That might be your only chance to win the game in that spot.
Yeah.
Given what they've got in the bullpen versus what you have in the bullpen.
You would have kept Ferrer in to face Olsen there to start.
I don't know, but obviously in retrospect it looks bad. Right. I mean, I don't know that I would have. I'm not. again, I'm not sitting here killing Dan on that one.
Yeah.
But I think it unfortunately, gets tagged on to a bunch of other decisions. And unfortunately, the explanation, they just don't sound. There doesn't sound like there's a lot of conviction. There sounds like.
I mean, we thought about it, but Mooney threw the ball super well last night, and I thought, he was the guy, and he was able to get him tonight.
Yes. Thought about it, but you know what? We're going to roll with our guy and try to get Mooney back, right? Try to get him going again. This is what he's done. This is his role. This is the role he plays. Ferrer did a phenomenal job, super efficient, and that would be the argument. I mean, it was 10 pitches. He was unbelievably efficient in that. But, do you want to get him up and down? And as thin as your bullpen is in so many different spots, do you want to, honestly, and he's done some of those multi-inning deals, but I don't know if you want him doing that with Spire out and Brash out and Vargas out. And
he'd done it the night before, too. So I don't know that he's in a great spot there either way.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is Matt Olson's really good.
Yes, he is.
But this year, his OPS is 300 points higher against righties than it is against lefties. Yep. And Munoz has been a lot more effective against righties than he has against lefties.
Yep.
I mean, look, you're in it. This is sort of that same
These
spot.
are the margins this team is in right now, right? I mean, these are the margins. When you're not hitting collectively, when your stars aren't doing what they're supposed to do, when you're as beat up and injured as you are, and you've got guys in roles that are too big for them, these are the margins we're talking about.
But you got to make sure that you're not making marginal mistakes.
Yeah.
And when you overthrow a cutoff guy, another defensive challenge, another lapse in focus, and then you make a decision that doesn't work. I don't know that it was as bad as some others, but it didn't work, unfortunately. And so it at least comes into focus because they got you late in the game. And now you're really one inning away from this being an 0-5 start to the homestand. Thank God you got the 2 home runs from Raley and Crawford, or else you're looking at a real big 5-game losing streak that would be hugely problematic. Instead, you win a game today, you win the series. It's a 3-3, it's a 2-4 homestand, which isn't great, but you move on with your life and go out on the road and see what happens.
Yep.
You go 1-5, and you're facing another lefty today. We'll discuss and everything you need to know next.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
Just head-scratching moments, just booting ball, just sloppy play.
Are the Mariners really as far down as they appear? Turns out they are. 28 out of 30 in terms of defensive wins above replacement. It's a concern. The numbers say it's a concern. Your eyes say it's a concern. And for a team that's built around pitching, defense, run prevention, you can't give extra out.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Mike Salk here. We are really close to Mother's Day, so if this is a last-minute thing for you, celebrate Mom at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel this weekend. Big Mother's Day weekend giveaway. You could win one of 100 designer handbags filled up with prizes. That is Saturday and Sunday, the 8th and 9th. Don't forget, book a stay at the new hotel. It's beautiful. The spa, the mom in your life will love it. Head to snocasino.com for more and to book. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Mariners and Braves this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
70 and sunny this week, so get out on the water with ARC, the 100% electric boat. They're doing demos on Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Book one and see what they're all about. I got to ride in the brand new ARC Sport, and it was unlike anything I've experienced. Think of a luxury EV on water, quiet, powerful, easy to operate, heated seats and seat backs, a large touchscreen display. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it to Kirkland, they'll pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Another tough one last night. No real offense to speak of, short of a home run from J.P. Crawford after a Mitch Garver walk. That was your 2 runs. Unfortunately, you give those back, and in the 9th, Matt Olson does what Matt Olson does.
The stretch and the 2-1 pitch. Swinging a fly ball deep into the gap in left center field. Julio going back, and this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball.
Yeah, that made it 3-2, and not able to muster enough against Iglesias in the 9th, and that was all she wrote. You know, one thing that we've talked about a little bit, Brock, and I will say, no, I can't get too mad about bringing a closer in the 9th inning against Olson. It didn't work, but okay, fine. I just sort of object to the general strategy of we bring our closer in the 9th inning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was really a fan of hey, we pick out which players we absolutely don't think can beat us over the course of a series, and we'll use the best matchups, and everybody in the bullpen knows exactly who they're going to be called upon to face and roughly what time of the game that might come. And then look, that's harder right now with no Matt Brash and no Spire. Like, those things make it hard. I get it.
Yeah.
So you're sort of backed against the wall. But the whole, like, I bring in my closer in safe situations and to leverage him in the ninth in a tie game.
Yeah.
I think there's other ways to run a bullpen that are better than that.
I think so. I think there's an argument. I don't know if I think so. I think there's certainly an argument for it. I don't think it is totally black and white.
Well, you know what the argument is for it? The argument for having a closer is, the guys all say it makes them more comfortable. Cool. Right. Well, I'm glad Andres Munoz is more comfortable. Is he pitching better?
Well, he was an all-star last year.
Okay.
And it certainly was beneficial last year.
I guess my point is I don't think there's any connection whatsoever. He might pitch better one way, might pitch better the other way. Cool, he's more comfortable. But I don't think that actually makes him pitch better or worse. I don't think it factors in at all.
Yeah, whatever it is, the pitching is just a 6 ERA. I think TJ Lyle's esteemed co-host tweeted last night that was his third home run given up this year. He gave up 2 all of last season, right? It's just that the splits, as you said, righties and lefties are they're profound right now. He's having a hard time getting anybody left-handed out consistently, and Matt Olson hit a ball that kind of reminded me of Joe Mauer. Like, you're not supposed to be able to hit that ball that hard, oppo, on that pitch.
That's pretty impressive.
He did.
That was pretty impressive. And unfortunately, it wastes another really good start for George Kirby. He has been awesome to start the year, been their best, most consistent pitcher. They fall back 3 games now below 500. And final game of the homestand today, but a chance to win the series still. Rubber match. Brian Wu, you got your ace on the mound, looking to bounce back after a couple of duds. And he will go against, unfortunately, the lefty, Martin Perez. Looks like the Braves made a switch. Like, hey, you know what? Let's get the lefty in here to face the Mariners. Go figure. I think I know why they did that.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You know, Passan said something important yesterday, Brock. He said, a lot of the Mariners' success last year is because Cal Raleigh was really good. Yep. And Cal Raleigh has been okay to start this year. And
no, he's not.
He's hit 7 home runs.
He's not been okay.
He's hit 7 home runs. Because of that, I'm going to say he's been okay. I'm being generous. He's obviously not been what he was last year, and now he's dealing with his injury. He did come back yesterday after a 3-game absence, unfortunately, went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts, but really, really important to get him back into the game.
I would agree, and I think a super positive sign is they played that one. Hey, should we put him on the IL? Let's play this thing. Let's get some imaging done. Let's see how you respond. Let's build up. Let's see how you react afterwards. Let's see how he reacts this morning after those 4 at-bats. And right, I mean, I don't think it's over. Anytime you're dealing, as you know, with side and oblique, those things can be finicky. And yeah, the at-bats last night were a bit of a struggle. But yes, this is whatever sport it is. Basketball, football, hockey, baseball. You need your best players to be their best, and the guys with the highest ceiling, and he showed it last year that he's one of the best in the game, because it elevates and takes some of the burden and that margin we talk about when he hits a 3-run bomb. Salk, it kind of gives everybody a chance to take a little breath and a little bit more margin than certainly they're capable of having right now.
There's no doubt. Other good news, Brendan Donovan got back into a game for the first time. He doubled in Arkansas, and then Bryce Miller will make his 4th rehab start tonight.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'll throw some more bad news on this. The Kraken did not win the NHL draft lottery last night. Instead, that goes to the Maple Leafs, who had almost the exact same chance as the Kraken. Such a bummer. Yes, the Maple Leafs, who've had wasted all of this great talent over the course of the last few years with Marner and Matthews and Tavares. Just incredibly frustrating. But such is life. They're now going to get Gavin McKenna, who is considered to be the only real star in the draft. I was looking through a bunch of mocks and stuff last night for the Kraken at 7th, and there's options. There's a bunch of centers, which is kind of what they've done every year. There's a kid named Viggo Bjork, who is an undersized
I like Viggo
guy.
Bjork, out of Sweden.
Yeah. And then I just laughed when I saw a mock that had them picking Caleb Malhotra, only because his best comp is Matty Beniers.
Oh, okay.
Great. Need another Matty Beniers. There are some defensemen, so maybe they'll go in that direction. Who knows? That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock
Was the ping pong ball frozen for Toronto?
Well, there were numbers. Yeah, it was a whole thing. I mean, I think you could certainly wonder about that.
Did you hear the sound did you play the sound I sent you last night in my barrage of texts late into the evening?
Which one was this?
Of the reporter from Toronto just putting their people on blast.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
They're so mad there yesterday.
I almost had it for trash takes.
Yeah.
I was like, shouldn't it?
Well, I'm sure as Marner was having another good game for Vegas. Yeah. It just looked at you.
Oh no, their reporter, just blasted their leadership.
Yeah.
With the hire they made. Like, well, I checked with 30 hockey people. They think this is a disaster. They think it's a terrible hire.
Yeah, but he's going to end up getting Gavin McKenna. So, he's already doing a good job. What can you do? Salk, I thought you were okay with bringing your closer in the ninth in a tie game. I am. I don't generally have a problem with that. If you're going to have a closer, so to speak, yes, you leverage him in the ninth because there's never going to be a save situation after that. So if you're playing the save situation game, okay, yeah, you bring in your closer in the ninth inning. The question here was, do you get one more batter out of Ferrer? And that very easily could have gone the other way. And then everyone says, how can you not bring in Munoz? So, this one is, I'm not killing Dan for the decision. Unfortunately, it just didn't work.
Yep.
That's how it goes.
By the way, Cal Raleigh right now on pace for a WAR of 1.2 this year.
Yes, not ideal.
That would be 1.2.
Not ideal. It's not negative, though. It's nice that it's – I still think it – I was going to be nice to Cal. I don't think he's –
Dude, he's gutting it out. He's gritting it out.
That's
he is
right.
Not right. He's not been right really since the WBC.
Exactly.
And he's got to get right. And he's got massive opportunity in, 120-some games to get one of those streaks that will sure elevate this team.
And that was sort of the point of what I was trying to say is they need Cal. Cal was the thing that changed everything last year. He played like a superstar and became one. You got to continue that this year because that's what a lot of this expectation is built upon. All right, coming up, we'll switch gears. Dante Fowler Jr. is the latest Seahawk. Is he the only one, though, Brock? Could there be more moves ahead to this defensive line room? We'll ask Tom Pelissero those questions and more next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Don't win games, the full box score does. I'm Brock Ewart, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
My first car sale was from Michigan. I get this lead. This guy had been looking for this very specific truck across the whole U.S., and he's concerned about rust. And I'm like, why don't we FaceTime? I will crawl beneath the truck. I literally was on my back beneath this vehicle, showing him all the welds that he wanted to see. He agreed, put down a deposit, held the truck, flew out that night from Michigan. I picked him up at the airport. He had his cashier's check. We went through everything, and that was my first car sale. So here's the catch. If you're willing to put a limit on what you're willing to do to be a good person, to help somebody out, or to help in the community, then that limit exists. So you don't. You just do what it takes to be the type of person you want to be and to help people like you hope that they would help you. And it doesn't matter. You just do what it takes.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports. with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that store. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
On October 3rd, Snohomish PUD is hosting the first ever community energy run at the Water Operations Center in Lake Stevens, located on the scenic Centennial Trail. It's a family-friendly 5K where every step supports the Community Energy Fund, helping local families keep the lights on when times get tough. Join the Community Energy Run on October 3rd. Learn more at snowpud.com/run.
Mariners and Braves this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, you mind keeping it down up there, please?
KeyBank will meet you in that I need new neighbors moment.
Rick, it's your mortgage loan officer, Beth. I was in the neighborhood and wanted to let you know your home loan application's been approved.
Beth, you're always there for me, and not a moment too soon.
Are your neighbors bowling with grand pianos again?
And apparently raising livestock?
Ugh. For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 399797.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. If you're dealing with ED, I know what happens. You start trying the miracle supplement online or those pills sitting next to the energy drinks at the corner store. If there's one thing I've learned in life, cheaper is rarely better. ED and Peyronie's disease are a major problem with few real solutions. You don't need a gas station pill. You need medical-grade technology to fix your problems. At West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to treat the root cause. No pills, no shots, no surgery. Real equipment, real staff, and real results. Stop wasting money on things that don't work. It's time to end the frustration and the long nights. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or low T, we can help. Call West Coast Men's Health today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's always fun to get breaking news, Brock, and it was surprising yesterday morning when it popped up before 7 a.m., but it was Tom Pelissero, no surprise, with the big news that Dante Fowler had signed with the Seahawks, and he's kind enough to join us now. Good morning, Tom. How are you?
Doing great. How about you guys?
We're good. NFL Networks, Tom Pelissero. But it's ESPN now a little bit too. Where are you in the ESPN NFL Network deal?
Yeah, we don't want to screw this up because we used to introduce you as USA Today's Tom Pelissero.
I held on to that one
after
too
the
long.
fact, so we'd love to just kind of get
this right. Are we going NFL Network or ESPN?
The best way I would describe it is I work for ESPN. I do not work at ESPN.
Okay.
NFL Network remains its own unique identity. There is a mouse on my check now, so that's a little bit different. But other than that, nothing's really changed.
How's the dental? Does that change at all? I mean, we've talked before about your beautiful teeth. How's the dental with Disney?
We have it. That's the extent I know at this point is I have a card that says I have it when I need it. Good. And I'm sure sometime before training camp I'll pop over and see my guy.
Love it.
Would you say your hair teeth combo is the best in the business? Like maybe others have better hair, maybe few. I don't even know anybody who's got better teeth. But the hair-teeth combo, as far as like a draft profile, best in the business?
I think the real question here is which will go first. Does the hair start to go, or do the teeth just start to turn color and fall out? Right. And I don't know. I mean, you'd probably, I can't give gambling advice, but if I were a betting man, I'd say the hair.
Yeah.
But then I see my dad who's like in his 70s and still, I mean, he only recently has started to have a little bit of gray in there. So I think I've got the genes to hold on for a while.
Jeez. What a gift. Seriously. Tom, we got to go. This is enough. This is already too much. You're just too perfect to specify.
Appreciate you joining the show.
All right. Hey, why Dante Fowler? Tell me about this guy. Why did the Seahawks sign Dante Fowler yesterday?
Well, he's got a close relationship with Aiden Durde from their days in Dallas. That was a big piece of it. He obviously visited a couple of weeks ago. And I'd give credit to AD as well as to Joey Lane and those guys for having a plan in place. They went into the draft, and if you were talking about the needs for the Seahawks going into that draft, I mean, certainly, you'd have running back on there, corner, safety, edge, and offensive lineman. Edge is really the one that wasn't addressed, but they didn't have to reach on it because they were confident that if they didn't draft one, that they'd be able to get something done with Dante. It took a week and a half after the draft, but they bring him in. He's number 3 overall pick back in 2015, which seems like a long time ago. Back in 2015, I did a whole day with him when I was at USA Today, like a ride along. We drove around in his convertible in Florida and hung out with his family, and I did a story on him. That's now 11, 12 years ago, going into year 12. In the NFL, but he's still got, traits. He's still got pass rush ability. He had double-digit sacks in 2024 in Washington. These guys are going to know how to use him, and it's a logical fit at, let's point this out, a fraction of the price if they brought back Boye Mafe. I mean, Mafe's younger, obviously, but has not had the sack production. I mean, you can make an argument that it's an upgrade. It's certainly an upgrade in terms of the value of having to bring back Mafe at $20 million a year or whatever it was he got. In free agency, you get Dante for 1 year up to $5 million. It's a great fit with a coordinator who knows how to use him.
Tommy Pelissero here with us this morning. So, Tom, as you chat with agents and people around the league, where does Seattle rank now as a destination?
Well, it's certainly up there. John Schneider has done this a long time, and we kind of, we know what his track record is, which is he's going to be selectively aggressive. He has rarely, if ever, gone out in the first wave of free agency and paid the bloated prices. His strategy, and there's 15 years of track record on more than that now, is that, all right, you wait until all the funny money's gone, and then you're a day or two into free agency. You see who's still sitting out there. Maybe you can get something done, even if it's your own guys. And it's, Rashid Shaheed, who went out there with a number in free agency. It just didn't materialize. They were patient. They didn't overpay up front. And then it came back to a number that they could live with here. Trades, he's always been, extremely aggressive. But in terms of now in this wave of free agency where it's, the players who, listen, up to $5 million isn't a huge contract by NFL standards. And now, where else would you want to go? The culture in that building is really good. They're obviously coming off of a Super Bowl win. Mike McDonald is one of the best young coaches in all of football, winning the Super Bowl in year 2. Their facilities are still great. As long as you can, deal with the weather, it's a great place to live. There's not a lot of places, I don't think, that are better than Seattle. But again, what I would stress is they've never been a team that's competed dollar for dollar in that first wave of free agency. They've always had a plan. They've sold other things and found value. It's part of how John's kept the roster healthy for the better part of 2 decades now. And certainly with the Dante Fowlers of the world, why would you want to, in this particular situation, why would you want to go anyplace else?
Did you get any sense, Tom, in breaking this news yesterday that Dante had other options?
Oh, he absolutely had other options, but those relationships that he had, again, coming in for the visit, his communication with AD, and the way that Joey and those guys had kind of, kept in contact and kept the thing alive. That was all a big part of it. I mean, listen, there's still a bunch of pass rushers sitting out there, older guys. You got, the Von Millers, Cam Jordan, Joey Bosa, if he wants to keep playing, Brandon Graham, Jadeveon Clowney, former Seahawk and former almost everything else in the NFL too. I mean, those guys are out there. as well. None of them are getting, big money at this point, but there's certainly a ton of teams out there with, with pass rush needs. And so, yes, absolutely. Fowler would have had other options. It just, it happened that it all dialed up, and AD's presence was a big piece of it there.
You mentioned the ride-along you did with him all those years ago. What do you remember from it? Tell me a little bit more about him.
I mean, he was, I think, 20 years old at that point. He was one of the youngest guys in the draft. He had, I just remember, driving in his convertible, like down the highway going 80 miles an hour. You want to talk about the stress on my hair. That was not my best day. But going over, like we had dinner with his family. We talked about just kind of, the bigger ambitions. Like he's always wanted to, at that time in his life, he was thinking about, someday getting into, movies and doing things in the entertainment space. And he's a bright personality. He definitely, he had his, things that he went through early in his career, put himself, frankly, in some bad situations, was able to come out on the other side of it and have a long career. I mean, remember, this is a guy who tore his ACL the first day of rookie camp back in 2015. You want to talk about a way to start your NFL career. He had to come back from that. He had to come back from some things off the field. Again, situations that he put himself in. But, he's grown a lot. He had a little daughter, I believe, at that point, who is, just the centerpiece of his universe. That little girl's now got to be a teenager, which you can't even think about the math on that. It's pretty wild. But just remember, like, he was a guy who just kind of, he lit up the room when you were talking with him. He had not had, the huge numbers in college. It was a traits projection. It's a fair to say, some would say, all right, the guy's a bust because he's got 58 sacks. But, 12 years in the league, man, that's not a bust. It's a guy who was drafted a little bit higher. Maybe he never got to those heights, but he's been a really solid player for a long time. And at this stage in his career, he's in a perfect spot.
Don't even really want to ask this question. And as you broke the news yesterday and we responded to it, I waited to the very end of the segment to even bring it up with Salk about the other shoe that could drop. Was there any indication, have you gotten any sense whatsoever with DeMarcus Lawrence that this was a move made to, well, DeMarcus maybe thinking about retirement and, has kind of talked about that in the past a little bit. Do you have any sense at all with that, Tom?
I have gotten no sense of that whatsoever. And in fact, those two are together in Dallas. They're pretty tight. So that was, I believe, part of the draw. From everything that I've understood, no, that's not, listen, D-Law is he's a unique guy. He's also had a really long career in this league. He's made a ton of money in his career. He can choose to walk anytime, but no, with respect to, him deciding to walk away, I have not gotten that sense whatsoever. It's May. Things can change, but I have not gotten that sense.
Do you think they're done? Or do you think there is, you mentioned all those other pass rushers. They're all still out there. The market has not been kind to them. Could we see Cam Jordan or one of the other guys here as well?
I haven't gotten the sense that they're going to do anything else free agent wise. Again, John's always looking for bargains, and injuries happen through the course of the offseason. Circumstances change. Rookies may not develop as quickly. Some of those guys that I'm talking about, they may not sign until closer to minicamp. They may not sign until training camp. Think about the number of big names that are out there right now without teams. I mentioned all those pass rushers, but look at the receivers. You got Debo, Diggs, DeAndre Hopkins, Tyreek, who's obviously coming off a major injury. We'll see if he's ready to go in 26. Keenan Allen, Juwan Jennings, Odell's trying to get back in. Brandon Cooks is out there. This is that time of year where all these guys who have made a ton of money aren't going to get offered a ton of money. And so at some point, you got to decide, do you want to play football? Take the best offer, the best situation, and get out there. They had running backs in the offseason too. They had Najee Harris in for a visit. I haven't gotten the sense that that's still on the table for him. And obviously bringing in Jadarian Price shores up that running back position. They were confident enough in what they think they're getting with Price that they didn't want to move all the way back into the 50s and risk losing the guy. But certainly you could add a running back along the way as well. Austin Eckler's out there, Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, Joe Mixon. Again, I haven't gotten the sense that any of those guys are, anything is happening with any of those guys. But the point being, there's a ton of players that are still sitting out there. They're not going to be super expensive. So, keep an eye out because John's always aggressive, with all aspects of roster building. If he feels like there's a need and there's a cool fit, he's not going to hesitate to pursue it.
And he also is pretty transparent. Tom Pelissero here with us, and I think he's made it pretty clear of his intentions that Charles Cross, JSN, Devin Witherspoon were all priorities that he wants to get deals done. 2 of the 3 are done. I should have texted you before the segment here. I apologize, Tom. Do you know who Devin Witherspoon's agent is by any chance?
Devin Witherspoon's agent. See, now you're trying to catch me in one, but you're not going to be able to, because I know it's Reggie Johnson and Ricky Saylor. So there is agents. Reggie's he's done some deals in the past. He's got a couple of things potentially on the docket for this offseason here. I thought that deal was going to get done a while ago, because the corner market is pretty well established, especially after the deal that Trent McDuffie got done, and then after JSN's deal got done, where they exercised the option just like they did with Spoon. They did a deal built around the new money on top of that. That put JSN at the top of the wide receiver market. It shouldn't be that complicated to get something done with the corner too. But obviously, you got to have an agent who is willing to stay engaged, and a player who's willing to take the deal. I would still think that something gets done on that front, but I've not heard of anything imminent recently.
I guess that's kind of why I asked the question, because that was my understanding as well. And they've certainly got a ton of money under the cap and money they want to and have set aside to get this done. And I kind of asked you about his agents, because are they kind of known in the industry as difficult to get deals done? Have they gotten deals done with John and the Seahawks in the past? From what I do understand, it's kind of, hey, let's go. We would like to, and he's participating in the OTA. So I'm not trying to create a story when there's not one, but just kind of some, I guess, background on their agents as to maybe why his agent as to why this isn't done.
It's the same agency that reps JSN. So it's different agents, but it's the same agency. This shouldn't be a difficult deal to get done. But every negotiation is different. The Seahawks have, their structure and their methods of doing business here. Again, you had JSN, who was, one of the best players in the NFL last year and was able to get a deal done in March. I am a little bit surprised that we're sitting here in the first week of May and nothing is done with Spoon, but there are literally millions and millions of reasons for them to take a deal at some point here in the coming months. If you don't, you go in and you're making a really low number in 2026. I just, all logic would point toward this deal gets done, and I wouldn't make too much of the fact that it's not done yet.
We got Tom Pelissero with us for a few more minutes. Just kind of looking at the general reputation of the Seahawks. It's been funny not seeing a lot about them this offseason, and some of that is they don't make the splashy moves in free agency, as you said, but we're seeing a lot of the Rams and just is there a sense that this was a fluke, or just that it was a surprise that they won the Super Bowl this year?
I definitely would not say a fluke. They looked like a force to be reckoned with. The fact that I think it's fair to say, dominate the Super Bowl on a day where the passing game wasn't great. I mean, there's so much more upside. There's so much meat left on that bone for how good they can be moving forward. I think it is a product of, listen, they feel like they've got a really good core. The focus of their moves in this offseason, last year was so wild because you had, the Russ trade and the DK trade, or excuse me, not Russ, the Geno trade and the DK trade, signing Darnold, like there was a ton of movement. This year, a lot of it was defined by what was going to happen with their own guys. They lose not just Kenneth Walker, but they lose Kobe Bryant. They're able to get some of their other guys back, obviously. And then it's about, okay, extending some of those core players like JSN and Witherspoon. That's really been, kind of the focus. We're going to get into the season, and I'm sure that the focus is going to turn. Obviously, the Rams have given us a ton of reasons all the way through the draft to talk about everything going on there, from, Puka obviously going through a lot in this course this offseason, to Devontae Adams being told, hey, we're probably going to trade you, just kidding, you're still on the team, to them dabbling, in the market of trading for A.J. Brown, to trading for Trent McDuffie, drafting Ty Simpson. I mean, the Rams are just, they've done a ton of different things in this offseason. Seattle, by comparison, is really just focused on, their own guys. But again, I think that's partly a product of, you guys are out there in the Pacific Northwest. John says that all the time, it's those mid-afternoon sleepy starts. No one pays attention. And I think there's some truth to that. But come the season, they're still the team everyone's got to take down. They've had a ton changeover on the coaching staff, obviously. Starting out with the offensive coordinator. Brian Fleury he's a really sharp guy. He's a different personality than Clint, but much like Clint, he's a very calm, lower key type of personality. The run game is his expertise. You got other coaches there like Jake Peets, who are obviously going to be heavily involved in this thing as we move forward. Those would be some of the storylines here, because the bar was set pretty high with how they ran the ball down the stretch, and particularly in the Super Bowl. Can they capture that? Can they build on that without Kenneth Walker, without Clint there, with the changes they've had on the staff? That's the stuff we're going to be watching. It's just not as sexy as, hey, what's Devontae Adams got left when you almost traded him a couple of months ago?
You and I are thinking the same thing, right?
Salky, we got a competition here. I mean, we kind of thought Albert Breer, our boy Bert, was like so well versed on the Seahawks, like the national voice that's like all dialed in on the Seahawks. I don't know, man. Tom Pelissero's dropping Joey in the scouting department, right? He's going deep, like personnel.
It kind of sounds like maybe now getting that Disney check has sort of like upped the ante a little bit.
Come on. I think I've been pretty well at the forefront of Seahawks stuff for like 14 years here. So.
We love you, totally.
You are.
But that was just an impressive display. That was just like, whoa, this guy knows everything that's going on right now. Like you're like locked in. You're like a hitter that is seeing a beach ball at the plate. Like you can't miss right now.
I mean, you got the roster in front of you. You got the coaching staff in front of you. You got the scouting department in front of you. What do we do? Or is this all off the riff?
This is all off the top of my head, man. This is like the stuff that when, like my wife will come home from a business trip and be like, hey, I thought you were going to fold the laundry. It's like all that was going through my head was, wait, who's Devin Witherspoon's agent? It's like the constant, that's the sound in my head all the time. It's like I've got a lot of other stuff in there.
That's good.
Hey, is Aaron Rodgers going to go to the Cardinals?
No.
Okay, good.
No, it would be a shock. Listen, we should know sometime in the next, let's call it week and a half here, I believe.
What comes out first?
Aaron's
news or NFL schedule news? Yeah.
Fool me once, but no, I believe that, the target date, everybody talked about the draft. It's really, May 18th is the start of OTAs. Mike McCarthy's put a big emphasis on that through the years, going all the way back to, Green Bay 06, 07, when he got Brett Favre to show up for voluntary practices for the first time in forever. Aaron knows that offense like the back of his hand, but, the other guys don't. And having your QB1 present for the actual on-field competitive stuff is important, and just having him around the guys in the building, some of the new parts, the players he doesn't know as well. Aaron's been working out. He's been talking a lot with Mike. I've said this consistently for months. If I had to lean, I would say I lean toward Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback. If he's not that, then maybe he's just walking away. Any other scenario, I would fairly regard here, barring something like a quarterback, keeling over on the field tomorrow, tearing an ACL. I just don't see another scenario beyond Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback, or Aaron Rodgers is on the beach this fall.
What's Sam Darnold's middle name? I'm kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. You need to go get to the laundry.
Oh, you should know that.
I don't even think Sam knows that.
I don't know that one.
Nobody knows that. We don't know that.
Nobody knows that.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
We just learned Brock's middle name yesterday, so don't worry about it.
Looks like it's Richard.
Richard?
Yeah, Sam.
Seymour knew it.
No, I looked it up.
Oh.
His middle name's after his grandfather, for crying out loud, but we're not going to mention his name.
Richard Hammer.
You should start calling him Dick Darnold, though, on the air. I feel like he's earned it now. He was Sam. Now he's got a Super Bowl. He's Dick Darnold, and you're going to deal with it.
Can you imagine how different Sam Darnold would be if he was Dick Darnold? Can you imagine just how differently he'd be thought of? It'd be a whole different person. All right, Tom, we're embarrassing you with this stuff. We'll let you go. You've got more agents and free agents to memorize, and I just was blown away today.
Absolutely incredible.
All jokes aside, thank you. You really are one of the best, and love having you on the show. Thank you so much.
You got it, fellas.
All right, there you go. I think we just we're never gonna have Tom Pelissero on again. He's like, those guys are complete idiots.
He just hung up at record speed.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done.
I was gonna say thank you, but nope.
Yeah, he's done. He's like, I can't even believe that I agreed to go on the show.
That was,
but it was super impressive.
Incredible display,
right?
Lyle, do you think you could go that deep in names, personnel department? Like, and you're a Seahawks fan. Do you think you could have those kind of polls that Tommy did?
That was pretty good.
If I could name Seahawks people that Pelissero just did? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't think I know the scouts and stuff.
No. Oof.
But could Lyle do that with almost any baseball team? I think.
Yes. Yeah. That is his will.
But you're going like deep into the scouts of each baseball team? No, you're not.
That was incredible.
Yeah, that was very impressive. All right.
So you feel better about DeMarcus Lawrence? Feel better about all of that stuff?
I never felt bad about it. Honestly, it didn't even dawn on me except when you brought it up just to torture me yesterday. I have felt like ever since Big Hank told us that he was coming back, that he's coming back.
Good.
So I trust the word of Big Hank over
Spoon's
you.
the next deal. I think that's going to be the next news item.
Gonna have to
I'm
be.
sorry to kind of detour from that and the Dante Fowler, but that's the next big
Better than the ridiculous thing. Who was it yesterday? Moore sent that thing over saying that a good fit for Jawan Jennings would be the Seahawks.
No,
what? Spend $22 million on another freaking wideout? No. That seems like an absolute non-starter. A late Blue 88 next on Brock and Salk.
This is Brock and Salk. Every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, I get so used to hearing our pro teams in town talk about talent acquisition, being the lifeblood of their teams. At IRG, how important is talent acquisition for you?
Brock, talent acquisition is everything. Here at IRG, we are looking for those people that want to be the best and the brightest. You know, our strength here at IRG is what I call our human capital. And our clinicians here at IRG are great, but we expect greatness. We provide them with ample mentorship opportunities, continuing education, advanced certification payment, in addition to providing Con Ed. When they receive advanced certifications, we also increase their base salary because they've improved themselves as a professional. They've improved their ability to provide great care, and that's what it's all about here at IRG. Great care. We want the best and brightest.
With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is in your neighborhood. Find all the details at irgpt.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, step right up and test your luck for a chance to win up to $10,000 in cash. That's right, folks. Every Saturday in May from 7 p.m. till midnight, there'll be two winners every hour. Pick the lucky rubber ducky and walk away with 10 grand. It's Duck Duck Win. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our kids zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there. The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our kids zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it. Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Very interesting conversation with Tom Pelissero there. A lot of interesting names in the free agent market. I mean, it's impressive that he rattled them all off, but there were just some pretty good names there. 360 not impressed with us. Says the bigger the name guess, the more you guys embarrass yourselves. I don't know. Did we embarrass ourselves?
A little bit.
Maybe he was offended by the Dick Darnold thing. I don't know.
No, it really would be a brand turn, right? It would kind of like Hulk Hogan when he went heel.
Yeah.
You go from Sam Ronald McDarnold to Dick Darnold.
It is a different vibe. There's no doubt about it. Brock, let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
That's a good text. Maybe Tom just doesn't know that he knows more about the Seahawks than 95% of the national media. You'll have to tell him about Radio Row. Yeah, I think that's why we were so impressed.
Well, it was a quick hang-up from what I understand as well, so that's why there was a little concern. I actually shot him a text.
Okay, good. Are we okay?
Thanking him. There was minutes went by. I was sweating. I was a little concerned. And he said, no, that was a blast.
All right, good. He's fun. All right, Brock, the Seahawks, as it turns out, saw something pretty similar to you in the draft.
Yeah.
I think this is hilarious.
I think it's going to be in my trash take. I think I've got a chance unless Lyle and Mora are just, once again, dominant. I think I got a decent chance. I'm not going to play that sound that I sent Mora, but I'm going to play some sound here from Brady Henderson, some of the news and notes after the draft and what he learned. And where did the Seahawks see Ty Simpson? Exactly where I did.
Yeah, I talked to several people inside the draft room, and one of the nuggets that did not make it into the story was that they had a third-round grade on Ty Simpson. And as you know, Dan, sometimes teams will kind of squirm and get nervous when a team in their division drafts a player. I can tell you this was not the case with the Seahawks and Ty Simpson.
Yeah, so follow that up. John Boyle put together a piece last night from the War Room, with a few of his news and notes and things that he's willing or able to share without giving away all the goods. And in that War Room, they've had a tradition through the years of when there's an upset of somebody that is way outside the realm of a first-round pick on their mind. They shout out major, like a major upset. Now, that wasn't clear, and John didn't point to Ty Simpson as that guy, just that somewhere in the first round there was one of those, and I have to imagine that was it. You kind of tie those two things together, and And, Ty Simpson wants to make history, Salk. He was crying on his phone call to Sean McVay. He wants to make history.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I just don't. I didn't see it then. I don't see it 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
He was a reach in a
but
big
at
reach.
least it's a position of need.
Yeah, we'll get to that in my trash take.
Question number 2. Juwan Jennings?
Yeah, so this fella, nice guy, Matt Okada, no relation to Ty, from what I understand.
I didn't feel comfortable reading it because I was thinking of Ty Okada. I was like, I hope this is right on the sheet.
No, and I don't think any relation to Ty Okada. But Matt Okada, from NFL.com, put together a list of all the remaining free agents. And my goodness gracious, when Tom Pelissero went through that, you want to talk about names. You say this all the time, Salk. Just because you know the name often means they're actually at the tail end of it. As he was rattling those names off, I couldn't help but think about my last NFL experience. My very last time getting paid to do something in the NFL as a player was a workout with John Gruden and Doug Williams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it was me and Kevin Dyson and all sorts of players that you would know from name recognition. Curtis Conway, all veteran guys that were looking for one last opportunity. Didn't happen for any of us that day. None of us.
Say Kevin Dyson came up just short.
Wow. Yeah. Well played.
Thanks.
But Matt Okada went through all these possible names, many of which Pelissero just rattled off, and he thinks that Juwan Jennings would be a fit late in the game for the Seahawks. Background with your new offensive coordinator. He is a physical blocker out there on the perimeter, and I say no way, no how, kind of like Ty Simpson is the 13th pick in the draft. And especially once you picked up and matched what Jacksonville was throwing Jake Bobo's way, you're not going down that road. I'm sorry. You've already spent how much on Rashid Shaheed and JSN, and you like Jake Bobo, and Cooper Kupp is coming. There's no room on this roster. You drafted guys late and undrafted to push for special team spots. You got second, third-year guys, Cody White pushing. There is, I think, a 0.00 chance of seeing that.
Because that would definitely bother me. Question number 3, and I am definitely curious to hear the answer to this one. Oftentimes, Brock will send me a question. I think I know where he's going. Not this time. Brock.
Yeah.
What did the NCAA basketball tournament and the American Football Coaches Association have in common? All I can think of is they're unnecessarily expanding.
That's right. Well done.
Nice.
Good job. The AFCA. You familiar with that acronym?
I'm not. In fact, I've literally never heard of it.
Yeah, the AFCA is the American Football Coaches Association. That is the college coaches. It's kind of their competition committee. So the NFL has a competition committee, and they get together at the owners' meetings, and they go through different rules. The AFCA is full of former coaches, current coaches, trying to evaluate. And they had 4 kind of agenda items. One of them is, let's not end the season January 20th. What are we doing here? It should end the second Monday of January at the very, very latest, and therefore the portal can exist, and players can get to their new schools and not have to make the choice before it all ends. So that was one. And the other is the thought of expanding. I'm comfortable getting to 16, but to 24 teams, which is one of their come on.
Yeah. So these are just college coaches.
These are all the college coaches.
Got it.
Yes, the AFCA. So 16 reasonable in 2 years, probably. That feels like a reasonable number. And, oh, by the way, eliminating the conference championship games if you do expand to 16.
Which college coaches are active in the AFCA?
Oh, I don't know that, but there's a bunch of them. There's a lot of them. Yeah, so an old Wyoming, Craig Bowl is the head of it. He was the old Wyoming head coach and North Dakota State head coach.
I wonder why I've never heard of it until today.
Well, so that's what Blue 88 is for.
Thank you. I've learned something.
Okay.
It's just so good.
Inform and to educate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is today's Blue 88. Little late version, sorry. Went along with Tom Pelissero, and so a little late Blue 88. And actually going to get back to some more football later in this show as well.
Any of those names from Tom percolate Any of those names make you pop your head up just a little bit? You've always been a Deebo Samuel guy.
Yeah, not now.
You've always been an Austin Eckler guy.
That name was interesting because of the skill set. I just he's probably done at this point. I get it. But yeah, I will admit that name. I was like, oh, Austin Eckler, like a young Austin Eckler would be a really interesting fit on this roster.
Yeah, I'm reminded there, Tom Pelissero mentioned that Dante Fowler came in pre-draft, right? This is always one of these little tells. I said that John can be fairly transparent, a lot more than a lot of GMs and maybe even a baseball manager. He will be transparent, kind of telling you and laying it out of what they would want and some of their plans. They did bring in Najee Harris. They've not brought in those other guys, from what we understand. They did bring him in to just kind of see where he's at.
But maybe they didn't go well, and then later...
Maybe it didn't.
And maybe you feel like you've got that now. And
exactly. You need to see where the draft went, and you get the draft done. Now, he is a pass catcher. He would be the one that would be intriguing to me.
Eckler?
No, Najee. Just because of his size, because of his blocking, because of his pass catching ability, because of kind of where you would get him at the very end of his career. Maybe they did that and said, "Nah, we'll go Emmanuel Wilson. We'll go a little bit younger there with that guy as our bigger back." But yeah, man, there are a lot of names still out there on the free agent market looking for one more payday.
Salk is funny, says the 360.
Yes,
well, thank you. He's never heard of the AFCA, yet he said it was like the NCAA men's basketball tournament unnecessarily expanding. How did you know that if you don't know what the AFCA is? Well,
because I sent the question.
Well, no, I just guessed. Like, what do you mean? I didn't know it. The only thing I could think of going on right now with the basketball tournament is that it is unnecessarily expanding. That's right. I used my incredible powers of deductive reasoning to guess.
You're funny and brilliant.
I'm glad I fooled you, 360, into thinking that I knew. I did not know. I'd never heard of the damn thing. It's just, common sense and guessing.
You know what? You use the D word really well. I think it's one of your strengths.
What D word?
The D word that you just used.
Did I use I blacked out. I don't know what you're talking about. We better take a break and collect myself. We'll come back with everything you need to know next. Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. Still here helping men with ED and Peyronie's disease in 2026. Our clinics have helped thousands of men in the last 8 years just like you. Most guys tell me that in their early 50s, they started using Viagra. It worked for 3 or 4 years and then tapered off. That's because Viagra is not a curative medication. It's a short-term solution. Our wave therapy breaks down the plaque in the arteries and increases blood flow without using any medication, with proven long-lasting results. Our treatments are so successful that we have some men driving up to 5 hours just to get treated every week, and our 4.9 average star rating on Google proves it. So whether it's ED, Peyronie's disease, or low testosterone, West Coast Men's Health has the answers you're looking for.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
Harry Douglas here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Lowe's
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Mariners and Braves this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Get down with Casey and the Sunshine Band when they take the stage at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Sunday, May 17th at 8 p.m. The iconic 70s group has toured around the world, and now they're bringing their blend of funk, disco, and R&B to Muckleshoot Casino Resort on May 17th. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Hon, is your new pinball machine in our budget?
KeyBank will meet you in that our money is now our money moment.
Actually, our banker Steve recommended we start a joint checking account for bills and keep our individual accounts for things like, pinball machines.
Did someone say Banker Steve? I was in the neighborhood, in case you had any checking account questions.
Steve, you're always there for us. Now, how quickly can we open that account?
Steve, are you seeing this?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC.
This baseball season, Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. John Curley here. Get the price of a new heating and AC system in just 60 seconds on your phone with no pressure, no waiting. Just a few questions and you get a winning personalized price. That's a home run. And if your system is over 12 years old, it could be costing you up to 20% more or could soon fail. Score a personalized price for a new system in 60 seconds at HomeComfortAlliance.com. Call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners offense didn't do a lot last night, but after J.P. Crawford hit a home run, I think there was probably a fair amount of hope.
Here's the 2-1. Swung on. Blasted. Right field. He's done it again. Lightning does strike twice. J.P. Crawford. 2-run home run and the Mariners lead. 2 days in a row for J.P.
Yeah, I think at that point, right, you're like, okay, you're up 2-0, and you're getting an absolute masterpiece from George Kirby, who I thought was great last night, as good as he's been. I mean, just really dominating, and unfortunately, you know, they put it together, a couple of runs the Braves do to tie it up, and at that point, it just the bullpen issues start to creep in. Ferrer did what he needed to do. He doesn't come back out for the 9th to face Olsen, the lefty. And he made them pay.
The stretch and the 2-1 pitch. Swinging a fly ball deep into the gap in left center field. Julio going back, and this one is gone. Goodbye, baseball. Into the pen and opposite field home run. off the bat of the left-handed hitting Matt Olson the other way to left center, and the Braves have the lead 3-2 here in the top half of the ninth inning.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to get past that. Matt Olson is good, and he's beaten them now 2 days in a row with home runs.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it twice, honest, and he's a tough hitter. There's no question. That going in, he's one of the best in the league, and that's, you got to make pitches against him, and even sometimes when you make good pitches against him, he's able to handle them, and it was a tough one tonight, and like we said, didn't try to do too much.
110 miles an hour.
That was not a terrible pitch. That was not a cement mixer in the middle of the plate. That thing was down.
Yeah.
And he still went up.
Just absolutely crushed it. He really is a pretty special player.
So 16 more punch-outs for the M's yesterday.
That was suboptimal. Yeah, that wasn't great.
It's a season best for the Braves.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Yeah, and
wasn't ideal.
We got a lefty today.
They're going to start Martin Perez today. 35 years old. You remember him? He was in Texas forever and ever. Had one really good year, and other than that, it's been sort of okay. But yeah, lefties have seemed to have their number, and especially like a 35-year-old lefty is going to throw some junk at you. We've seen some of those challenges. It'll be a 110 first pitch. Brian Wu on the other side, looking to bounce back after a couple of starts that were probably not up to his standard. So
Mooney probably down.
I would
Ferrer
assume
probably down.
Yeah, you're going to have to
back-to-back days.
See what the rest of the semi-leverage side of this pen is going to look like here for a little while, because those two guys probably aren't going to be available today.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Cal Raleigh back in uniform, back in the lineup last night after missing 3 games. He was the DH. That's probably going to be the norm for a little while, although they did say no real restrictions. He can hit from both the left and from the right. I think Jeff nailed this, Jeff Passan, when we talked to him yesterday and asked him just how concerning the Cal injury situation is.
I think the combination of just him being beaten down with the numbers that he's put up so far this season are concerning. The Mariners were who they were last year because Cal Raleigh was who he was. He has not been that to this point. And so if the Mariners are not the Dodgers, they don't have the luxury of letting Blake Snell take a month and change to get ready before the season. They don't have the luxury of putting Edwin Diaz on the injured list for the next 3 months as he gets some work done in his elbow to, make him good for October. The Mariners, they want to be in October, but they don't have the depth that allows you to just say, you know what, Cal, go and get healthy, take as much time as you need.
I think that's totally fair. I think on the pitching side, certainly if Cade keeps progressing and Bryce progresses, there may be a little more depth there on the pitching end of things than others in the league have. But positionally, yeah, and I think that's also kind of showing up, unfortunately, through some of these injuries and some of these challenges of guys put in their roles. I mean, he just, like an elite franchise quarterback, you just elevate everybody around you. Cal did that a year ago, right, when he had the most elite season in the history of baseball for a catcher.
I do think that the Donovan injury, unfortunately for the Mariners, was the exact wrong amount of time.
Yes.
If it was going to be longer, they could have brought up Colt Emerson and said, okay, screw it, let's go and see how this works. If it was shorter, you use Rivas and Will Wilson, and, you probably don't expose the fact that they're not everyday players. They're utility players for a reason. Unfortunately, this one went just long enough to expose those guys, but not long enough to really use your next option. Yep. So fortunately, he's on his way back. He was in a game for the first time yesterday, doubled in his return in Arkansas. I would assume you see him maybe even at the beginning of this road trip, right? You play today and then you have a day off, then you're off on the road. Yep. Wouldn't shock me if he's back.
And Bryce pitches tonight in Everett?
Yep. So I think those two guys are getting real close.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I was pretty annoyed yesterday at the NHL draft lottery. It just stinks. You had basically the same percentage of getting the top pick as the Maple Leafs did. Instead, it goes to Toronto. They get a star in Gavin McKenna, and you get the number 7 pick. Great. It's not that you can't get a good player there. You can. And, you'd love to get a top-line defenseman, a top 4 defenseman, or a top 6 forward. But, They got a lot of those. They got a lot of those types of players. Maybe there's an opportunity to trade the pick and see if you could bring back some of a just a little frustrating to see comps to Matty Beniers.
Can I ask a dumb hockey question?
Sure.
What for a global sport that has stars like on so many of these teams that we talk about?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about like the bluest of blue chips, Connor McDavid, like the very, very top. But there's every team seems to, and the Avs got 3 or 4 like star power players.
Yep.
The Leafs through the years have had 3 or 4 star power. If you've got those per team, then why in the draft is there like only one? How come it doesn't?
I mean, the Leafs drafted what? Austin Matthews 1 or 2, Mitch Marner 1 or 2. They signed John Tavares, who had been number 1 with the Islanders. I mean, like most of these guys you're talking about, Connor Bedard, number 1 pick, McDavid, number 1 pick. Celebrini, number 1 overall pick.
So they're kind of like franchise quarterbacks.
Yeah, there just aren't that many of them. Like
They
those
kinda
guys
go
are somewhat
one or
unique.
Top 5.
I mean, isn't it sort of the same in the NBA?
Yeah, this draft though this one's a little deeper. Some like last
Okay,
year.
sometimes you get a
Yes.
couple, and sometimes you get a couple in the NHL. Nathan McKinnon, first overall pick. I mean, like, all Cale Makar, first overall pick,
I guess it
right?
just strikes me that if you'd pick in the top 10, I think there would be more depth of star power players.
There is good depth of good quality players. Makar was number 4.
yeah.
Makar went 4th, excuse me. So, like, it can happen. It's not like, but like the guys that are projected to be huge stars, yeah, you tend
They're
to
just
know
different.
by the time they're in the draft. All right, that's everything you need to know.
You see it
quarter
all
past
the time.
Me?
At the Iceplex, you see the ones that are just different.
Not going to be at the Iceplex much anymore.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not going to be there much.
We got news to break? Or?
Nah. We don't really talk about it right now. But not going to be at the Iceplex anymore. We got our letter of release just the other day. Not going to be at the Iceplex much anymore.
Was this of your doing? Were you terminated?
I was not
Did you make a
terminated. No. But I'm not going to be. We're not going to spend much more time at the
Okay,
Iceplex.
all right, sorry. Well,
That'll be a
I look forward to
conversation
hearing
for
about
another
the
day.
I look forward to hearing about the new complex.
Would you like to hear a lot about the Linwood Ice Center? Because I think that's where we're going to be spending a lot
The
more
LIC?
time.
The LIC?
The LIC. Yeah, we're down with the LIC. That's for sure. All right. Thanks for that, Brock. I'm glad you brought that up. That's nice of you.
Sorry.
Appreciate that.
My bad.
Coming up next, Brock, the Seahawks have not been much of a national conversation, but I think I know why, and I think it's because of one big mistake that a whole bunch of people are making. It's next on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
You know, just head-scratching moments, just booting ball, just sloppy play.
Are the Mariners really as far down as they appear? Turns out they are. 28 out of 30 in terms of defensive wins above replacement. It's a concern. The numbers say it's a concern. Your eyes say it's a concern. And for a team that's built around pitching, defense, run prevention, you can't give extra out.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, it's... I don't know if you've thought about these GLP-1 injections for weight loss. Before you do, ask yourself this. Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 every year and then stay on that medication long term just to maintain the results? Yeah, prescription weight loss injections, many require weekly shots. And when the medication stops, then the weight gain is pretty common. Most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight that's lost can come from muscle, and that can slow your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder. Yeah, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, totally different approach. Doctor-developed program. It helps men and women lose 20, 30, even more pounds in just 60 days. I did it. I lost 10 pounds in just the first month and 35 pounds overall. That's right. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. So if you are looking for safe, affordable alternative to weight loss injections, come to the clinic in Kirkland, or you can do the program from anywhere you live with easy remote options. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com and keep that weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Buc-ee's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Buc-ee's makes auto care simple. Visit Buc-ee's.com today and drive with confidence. Buc-ee's.com.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Olympic has the perfect way to celebrate spring. A hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. Through May 10th, you'll save thousands on the perfect wellness solution for your home. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeservice.com.
Thinking about investing in home upgrades? Worry less and save more with Snohomish PUD's network of trade allies. These are trusted local contractors who can install heat pumps, insulation, new windows, and more. And when you work with a PUD trade ally, you can unlock instant rebates. This means lower upfront costs, lower energy bills, and work done by vetted pros. Find a PUD trade ally at snowpud.com/rebates.
The idea of push starting a boat just doesn't seem right to us here at Pacific Power Batteries. A marine battery should just plain work every time. Let us help you with selecting the right type of marine battery. Deep cycle, starting battery, AGM, or even lithium battery. You can start with our helpful hints on our website or just stop by and talk with us. Don't worry, you don't need to be a Marine to buy a battery from us. Get it? Marine batteries? Pacific Power Batteries. Come into a business with a soul.
Mariners and Braves this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Thanks. Is oil marked down?
Save up to $15 when you buy 5 quarts and a filter.
And fuel treatment?
2 for $9 on Lucas.
Brake pads?
Marked down to free.
Free?
Get free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 Duralast rotors.
That's several markdowns.
For many more miles.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our kids zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So the Seahawks have barely been a national conversation, right? They've just not been a big national conversation this offseason since winning the Super Bowl. They're not earning a ton of respect. They're atop some of the power rankings, but a whole lot of them have focused a whole lot more on the Rams or some of the other teams that have had sexy off seasons, and that is not unusual. And the lack of sexiness in their off season is probably a portion, maybe even a large portion of the reason why. Kay Adams went pretty deep into this the other day, talking about the Rams and their odds to win the Super Bowl.
Look at FanDuel Sportsbook. Not only are they not the favorites to repeat at Super Bowl, they're not even the favorites to win their own division. You know, maybe you need to go out there and market yourself. No, you don't. You got to do it quietly. You're going to do it quietly. It's why this whole thing worked with Seattle. I don't know. This is how they like to operate, and we are, I think, sleeping on them just a little bit. And I'm not just paying like lip service to this. It is May. I feel like we turned the page quicker than ever. And I do think that's a little bit on the court. Like, I think like they're not out there saying we won the Super Bowl, remember the Titans, the kind of vibes, you know? They're not out there. They're really marketing this. But it's May, and we have barely talked about how they could do a back-to-back.
Yeah, and she's not alone. Most people have barely talked about it. She went on to say that maybe Sam Darnold's quiet, reserved personality is part of that.
This is an epic sports weekend on a sports calendar. Derby F1 weekend. This weekend has brought us moments like Tom Brady doing both when they implemented F1. Look at Ben Rawitz, low right, Mike Tyson, front and center, Cliff Kingsbury in the back. This is the lore of this weekend. Remember Wes Welker euphorically handing out Hundies at this very thing, then making it to F1 same weekend, like shock. Oh my gosh, how do they do that? This has been going on forever. And this weekend we saw the champs. We saw Messi. We saw Serena. We saw Nadal. We saw winners. It begged the question, Sam Darnold, do you know you won the Super Bowl? Where have you been? You got married. Congratulations. And this is great. And maybe this is why you weren't seen this weekend. Or it's maybe just who you are, and that's okay too. And I'm being a little cheeky with this. But like, I, as an NFL fan, want to see a victory lap from my Super Bowl champion. The last time I've seen a post on Instagram from Sam Darnold was, I think, at the Super Bowl, and we haven't seen one since. How about a Knicks game? They're in the playoffs.
So, yeah, I like the take, a very Stacey-ish take, by the way, from Kay Adams, don't you think? Can't you hear Stacey making essentially all of that same argument about Sam Darnold? So I started thinking more about this last night, Brock. Why is this happening? Yeah, some of it's the Pacific Northwest. Some of it, like, she's got some of it. But I also think there is a group of people that are confusing a surprise with a fluke. I think there's a group of people that are confusing a surprise with a fluke. The Seahawks winning this past year was surprising to everybody. To us, to the national folks, maybe not to Mike himself, but to everybody. Like, it was a surprise. They turned out to be a lot better than most people expected them to be. Sam Darnold put it together. A new offensive coordinator made a huge difference, right? It drastically changed the effectiveness of an offensive line that had not been effective for a while. Getting a second year of Mike McDonald turned out to matter a lot. Players like Nicky Manwari became game changers that other offensive coordinators are like still trying to figure out how to adjust to. Like, there were a lot of things that happened that were new and were surprising and unexpected. And because of it, I think there was a huge element of, whoa, where did this team come from? They just won the Super Bowl. That's surprising. But it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't an accident. That's what a fluke is. A fluke isn't supposed to happen. It's not repeatable. A fluke happens like every once in a lifetime, and usually it is because of something outside your control. You get a couple of lucky breaks or whatever. That didn't happen
if anything,
here.
I think you can argue that the Patriots, if you're going to say one of the Super Bowl teams,
much
was fluky,
flukier.
And AFC, where almost all of the big-name quarterbacks were out of it, except for, like, Josh Allen.
Totally.
It was a down year. Yeah, they felt a little bit fluky.
The Seahawks beat the Rams twice down the stretch. There's nothing fluky about it. The Seahawks blew teams out. The Seahawks dominated the Patriots.
Toughest division in football.
And they rolled the Niners when they saw them at the end of the year. And I don't want to hear anything of, well, the Niners were hurt. The Niners are always hurt. That's who they are. They got old players. Of course they were hurt.
Well, and they're next to an electrical plant.
I mean, like, that's their own fault. Like, at this point, that's just common sense. So, I don't know. There's nothing fluky about the Seahawks season. And I think because it was a bit of a surprise, there is an element, not all of it. I'm not trying to say this is the only thing, and Pelissero kind of poo-pooed this, but I do think there are folks out there that think it was a fluke, and it wasn't. It was a surprise, and that's different.
Well, and I think because, to Kay Adams' point, the tip of the spear, and for NFL fans and for the majority of it's always quarterback. It is always a quarterback. For a lot of analysis that you will hear, push comes to shove, good teams, just give me the quarterback. And the quarterback. And it's why I think maybe we really should, Salk, go on this agenda to change Sam to Dick.
You want to campaign?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think we should campaign an initiative. I think we should change it. He should
want a petition? Petition.
Yes. I retweeted the other night. Somebody had put out Sam Darnold highlights. Did you happen to see this on Twitter?
I didn't.
Yeah, and a guy named Ian Hartz put together just a highlight reel, Sam throws. So you watch his highlight reel. His highlight reel is as good as anybody in the league. Honest to goodness. Some of his explosive throws, some of his movement throws, some of his creative throws. It really is extraordinary when you look back at Sam's kind of playmaking, especially the majority of it in the pocket and especially intermediate down the field. It was awesome. But as I tweeted out, the difference is not the highlight reel. He's always had highlight reels. That's why he was a third pick in the draft, right? He's had highlight reels. It's just, unfortunately, the lowlights have always kind of cut it off at the knees. Well, the last 2 years, that lowlight reel has become less and less. And unlike 2024, where the lowlights appeared versus Detroit and in a playoff game, they didn't appear this year.
0 in the playoffs.
0 starting in the fourth quarter of the Thursday night football game. 0 low-light reel. And therefore, he passed the confetti test. He did it. The confetti came down, and they won it.
But I don't think that confetti test was believed by a lot of folks out there
exactly right.
who still see it as a fluke. And, yeah, maybe it is a Darnold thing. I think that regardless of how you feel about Sam Darnold, there's so much more going on under the hood with the Seahawks that I think you're missing it if you think it was fluky. Let me play a little bit more from Kay Adams.
They're returning 20 of 22 starters from what was a historically dominant Super Bowl team. So champions barely ever get to run it back to this degree. And if we've learned anything about that sicko Mike McDonald, and then rest assured this is a top-to-bottom thing of turning the page, being humble, not taking your victory lap. I don't know. The word complacency absolutely is absent from his vocabulary, as is showmanship and victory lap. And I know that it's like very low-hanging fruit to be like, they could do it. They could go back-to-back and get it to happen. And the Chiefs are the only ones to do it, of course, in the last, 2 decades. What are the Seahawks missing in terms of, like, the ingredients to be a back-to-back champ? What are they missing? Let me know.
That's a good question at the end, right? What are they missing? They replaced the running back. So they were 2 starters. They replaced the running back. Do you feel like they are a starting safety away from repeating? Ty Okada played a bunch of the season. I'm not saying he's as good as Kobe Bryant or that Bud Grant here is going to come in. I'm just kidding. Bud Clark is going to come in and immediately play at the same level.
Or DeAnthony Bell.
Right. I mean, like.
Or.
But is that, like, we're going to look at it and be like, well, they have a different safety, so forget it. Can't possibly.
Rick Rowland's they're missing a corner.
Yeah, but he wasn't a starting corner, as she points out there. He did get a lot of playing time.
I know who it was. I know who it is.
Yeah, a guy that drove their head coach completely batty. Yeah, I mean, like.
You don't even have to tell me. I know who it is.
I like Boye Mafe a lot, and I don't know whether Dante Fowler is going to do what Boye Mafe did. I thought Boye Mafe was a good player last year. I thought he did a lot of really good things. Speed coming off the edge. I thought he set the edge a lot better than earlier in his career. I thought he had a really good season. But you also should have Chenna Nwosu healthier for most of the year this year, and you've just brought in Fowler, and there's nothing to prevent you from going to bring in another one if you want Cam Jordan or someone like that as well. So I don't feel like
what was her question at the end? What was her question?
The question was, tell me why what about them isn't likely to repeat?
Yeah, I think, to me, honestly,
it's just Sam Darnold.
No, I think it is. I think the biggest challenge, and I will have my eyes all over it, is a first-time offensive play caller. That's a real deal.
That's a real one. Yeah,
that is a real challenge.
I've not heard one person mention that as being the biggest problem, but yes, that one I'll buy because he's complete. We don't know anything about him.
Mm-hmm. What's that, Maura?
Cowher did mention that.
Oh, Cowher did. Oh, nice. So Colin mentioned that. If you were to put me in the corner, and I was saying this to Bump and Stacy yesterday, by the way, very disappointed we're getting to break news.
They are?
It's
I'm sure
really
it's on. I'm sure the battle is on here.
I don't know. I think Salk and Lyle and I are getting to break news, and then you get here shortly after.
Oh. Wow. I mean, you can't argue with that. She's not wrong.
Goodness.
Yeah. I hope what you said was I had nothing to do with it. It was all guys before me.
It's kind of like how sometimes in breaks, it's like, oh, good start to the show. Good start to the show. It's like, well, we've been going for an hour.
Right. Sure. Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Let's dump on Brock time.
That's good. I'll take it.
Well,
it's not even trash takes yet.
You did walk into that, to be fair.
Anywho, as I shared with him and kind of started to talk through it, because Stacy followed up, was like, well, what does that really mean, a first-time play caller? And I was like, well, what it really means is he's the new guy. Right, you even heard Tom Pelissero as he riffed on all the coaches that are still there, and John Benton is still here, and the pass game coordinator is still here. And guess what you got to do? You got to fit in with all that, and there's an adjustment to that. Like these guys were all Clint Kubiak's guys that came in with his institutional knowledge and background and implicit trust that was developed through their years together. So guess what you could do? Yeah, you could hit the ground running. This
I
is
think
going to be
that's
new
all
for
very,
Brian Fleury.
very fair. He's an unknown. The question was, what are they missing to repeat? And if maybe they are missing that. Maybe they're missing a veteran play caller. There was
relationship with Sam Darnold and Clint Kubiak that started in San Francisco, and there was trust that was built and belief. Again, there was these guys have all had time on task together between Janocko and Benton and Clint Kubiak.
The Rams lose their defensive coordinator again too?
No,
he stuck around, Mike Shula, not Mike. Yeah. Here's another good text. A fluke would be a 10-7 team winning the Super Bowl. The Seahawks were 14-3.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's why I keep looking at it like, I don't know why.
A fluke would be a scoring differential near zero.
Right.
This team set the all-time scoring record offensively for this franchise.
Yeah,
A fluke would be, they don't really have much star power. They had the Offensive Player of the Year in JSN. A fluke would be, but they're one phase of the team was so bad that it was the best special teams, one of the best defenses, and a totally just complementary, balanced offense to go with it. I mean, they check all of those boxes. I do wonder, Salk, and Pelissero mentioned this, and I think this plays a role. The Rams have been in the headlines. We know what that felt like. The Seahawks were in the headlines a year ago. We know what it used to feel like when Marshawn and Sherm and Earl and all these guys were in. Then Russell needed to be in the headlines all the time. This group does not. They're going to be in the headlines more when the schedule comes out next week. They're going to be in the headlines more when Hard Knocks comes out. It's almost as if the league is like, it's almost as if the league is like, sorry, Mike, and sorry, John, and sorry, Seattle, and sorry, Sam. You don't get to just be, the humble, quiet. We'll just be in the background. You're going to be in the foreground. We're going to put you in the foreground, and you're going to be on Hard Knocks. And how many primetime games are we going to put you in? 4, 5, 6 So we're
going to find that out next week, right? Schedule's going to come out next week.
Should be.
So we'll start to find out roughly, what their schedule looks like, when they play whom, how many of these primetime games they're going to get. Are they going to, where do we think they're going this year? Spain? Was that or London? London, I think it is. London, they're going back to London, we think. So, I mean, yes, we'll start to learn more about that next week. And then you're right. I think once Hard Knocks starts, it will very much put them front of mind for a lot of people who right now are sleeping on them a little bit. But I'm not going to back down. I do think that there are folks out there that look at this as a bit of a fluke, because they didn't expect it. They didn't see it coming. They thought that it wouldn't happen, and they're confusing a surprise with a fluke. So anyway.
I want to push back on Kay Adams on one thing, okay? Dick Darnold may not have been at the Met Gala or the F1 or the Derby, but he was in Mexico with his team that I think he co-owns in the new Mexican Professional Football League.
Okay.
Did you see that?
I did not.
I hope I certainly was not.
Well, she checked his Instagram. He didn't post it.
No, he didn't post anything on it, did he? Okay. I'm pretty sure I was not sent
I was going to say, I feel like Kay doesn't quite, maybe she's not going through all of the work that Maura does. Maura was able to find Sam. He might not have been at the Kentucky Derby, but he was on the San Clemente podcast, focusing on the people and places of the small town of San Clemente in Orange County. So, I don't know what you mean, Kay. I think Sam's out there. He's living his best life. Yeah, some guys want to, get on Molly and pass out $100 bills at the Derby.
Sure.
But some people just want to be on the San Clemente podcast and talk
are you not
with the
familiar
surfers
with the new professional football league in Mexico, Kay?
Yeah.
Because Sam's a part owner of a team down there. Do your homework.
Well, I am surprised that she was not as familiar with those two things as we were here on this show. Anyway.
Were you peeking at Sierra and Russ's outfits at the Met Gala?
Not really.
What did we think?
No.
No?
I didn't.
How about Travis Kelce's?
No.
Dress?
No.
Feathery?
No.
Okay.
I didn't really pay a lot of attention to any. No, it wasn't.
Travis Kelce?
Did you see Kelce?
I saw someone making fun of someone else and saying it was Travis Kelce.
Yeah, they thought someone looked like Travis Kelce, but I don't think it was actually him.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. I told you, I barely paid any attention. I'm not sure at all.
This AI world is killing me.
It's not AI. This is just you not paying any attention or reading things wrong or going to the wrong sites.
By the way, did you ever take back your whole Jeremiah Love thing?
It's Sam Smith, a singer that looks really nothing like Travis Kelce, except for he's like kind of redheaded and bearded. He's pretty heavy set.
Okay, I'm going to send this to you guys right now, and you're going to tell me that this is
People were joking that it was Kelce. But...
Hold on.
When you get all these things wrong, Brock, do you start wondering that maybe you're looking in the wrong places?
Hold. I'm just wondering, is this AI fake?
I don't think so.
Is Polymarket Sports fake when they said Kansas City Chiefs fans are worried about Travis Kelce after seeing him at the Met Gala tonight?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's fake.
It looks nothing like it.
It looks like him. Show Sam Smith at the 26 Met Gala.
Oh, poor Brock. Oh, he looks so sad now.
Again, like Jeremiah Love is one of the most media trained, nice, humble dudes. It's like, he's just going to trash on a city in his first press conference.
I got to be better.
You really do.
Yeah, I got to be better. I got to put my readers on. I got to dig in a little bit more. I got to be careful of stuff sent to me from dear friends.
Yeah. Well, I know some of the places those dear friends of yours get information. I think that may be part of the problem. We may need to have this conversation in a little greater depth.
That was Russ and Sierra.
It was Russ and Sierra. Okay. Yes, you are right about that. That was definitely
1 for 3.
There. Huh?
1 for 3. It's
kind of batting
average.
That's not great.
It's
not great here.
No.
Just to come back to the Dante Fowler signing, because that was the one, like coming out of the draft, it's like, okay, the one thing you're still really missing. And you knew it was still out there and a possibility, so it wasn't like panic, but it's like, you got to get somebody to replace Boye Mafe. Do you think Dante Fowler, is straight up, Dante Fowler Jr. this year, age 32, I think it is?
Yeah.
And you kind of hear the story, right?
I got to get my eyes on him.
Never really lived up to the potential, had a lot of issues when he was younger, but he's kind of straightened it all out.
Yeah.
Can Dante Fowler Jr. be as good as Boye Mafe? I mean, that's really the question. Can he be as good as Boye Mafe was?
I don't think he can play as many snaps as Boye played. I think that would be unrealistic.
Okay.
It just kind of the age and stage, just kind of gut reaction to that. I don't think he could play as much as Boye did. But I think the snaps that he can play, I think the numbers would tell you whether that is pass rush win rate or pass rush win rate of last year or the sack numbers from the year before, that there is still enough in the tank there. I would also say that, and Tom kind of led on to this, that DeMarcus Lawrence played a role in this, in getting him here, that there were other bidders, as Tom Pelissero said. When asked if it is a destination in Seattle now, I don't know how you could not answer that as anything but a definitive yes. It is a destination. This is where guys are going to want to go. That you get paid, you get rewarded, you get to work in an amazing place with all the resources in the world to develop you. And then when you are a veteran player, I think that Mike McDonald in this scheme, in this system, and offensively and defensively and special teams, put you in a position for success. So I don't know if he can play as many snaps as Boye. That's
all right.
Where I would
then let me ask you. Let me ask you this a different way. Then
impact.
Okay. Let me ask you this a different way. Same question phrased a little bit differently, and maybe gets a different answer.
Okay.
Can the edge grouping of the 4 that you expect to be in there this year, DeMarcus Lawrence, Chenna Nwosu, Derek Hall, and now Dante Fowler, can that be as effective as the group last year was when you substitute out Boye Mafe?
I would think so. I don't think this is like a bullpen. I don't think it is that fickle. I don't think it is a year-to-year deal, and I don't think these guys are. There was nothing.
But if you're going to get fewer
saw.
snaps from the Boye Mafe spot,
okay,
you're going to have to get more snaps somewhere else, right? Someone else is going to have to take those snaps.
And maybe that's Connor O'Toole. Maybe that's Jared Ivey.Maybe that is one of the undrafted guys from this class that just pops. Maybe there's somebody there.
You're
maybe
probably not going to get more snaps at this point in the career out of especially DeMarcus Lawrence.
Correct.
And Chenna, you got to be real careful with. I mean, he's been injured for a couple of years now, so I'd be surprised if either of them were going to take significantly greater percentage of snaps per game. Does it mean more Derek Hall? Maybe. I mean, like Derek Hall becomes. I know you keep saying that the real question right now is Spoon, and it is. I'm not taking away from it, but once that gets done, and I think the expectation is it does. My biggest question is, what are you doing with Derek Hall? Are you interested now
is there a way to
in
get a deal done before the season?
I would love for that to happen. I thought what he showed this year was a huge step forward. And if you're not going to sign Boye Mafe long term, fine, get it. $20 million a year, too much. Your other three guys kind of old in relative terms.
Football years.
Yeah, I got no problems with them being out there, and for this year sounds great. But, like, if you let Derek Hall go at the end of this year, you're essentially starting over completely in your edge defensive line, outside linebacker group.
Yep.
That doesn't make me very comfortable.
No, I think that also is a big off season, quite frankly. I think it's a big OTA season in the next couple months and preseason evaluation of all of those names that they do rattle off. The Jamie Sheriffs and the Jared Ivies and the Connor O'Tooles, and like based on those guys' developments, all probably plays a role in Derek Hall conversation. Does Derek Hall, if you're Derek Hall and his representation, are you going to do a deal, or are you going to look at it and go, "Boy, Mafe got 3 for 60"?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I want 4 for 85.
80. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
That's why the NFL never
let's do that. Like, let's do that. I'm perfectly
That's why the
ready
AI
to go
world
there.
never rests. The NFL never rests.
Yeah. Poor Brock. That was a sad moment. Which is better is coming up next, Brock. We'll see if you're able to
decipher
what's real and what's not. Up next on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
Just head-scratching moments, just booting ball, just sloppy play.
Are the Mariners really as far down as they appear? Turns out they are. 28 out of 30 in terms of defensive wins above replacement. It's a concern. The numbers say it's a concern. Your eyes say it's a concern. And for a team that's built around pitching, defense, run prevention, you can't give extra out.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way, but the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Spring is the perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 40% off installation or 0% financing for 60 months with equal payments. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home today at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Frank Lumber, the door store, has some exciting news. After 6 long years, our Marysville store will be reopening this Memorial Day, May 25th. Our regular hours will be Tuesday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. But on Monday, Memorial Day, May 25th, we will be celebrating our grand reopening from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stop by for a hot dog and pop and see the thousands of doors and discounted specials. Visit us this Memorial Day at Frank Lumber in Marysville on Cedar Avenue. We'll see you there.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, if I've heard it once, I've heard it 100 times from our sports teams in town. Talent acquisition, we need it. I'm guessing at IRG, talent acquisition is also key for you?
Absolutely, Brock. Talent acquisition is everything. You know, our strength here at IRG is what I call our human capital. These are the folks that work here at IRG with a passion, with a focus on building great teams, providing great care, and being involved in the community. We want the best and brightest. And if you're looking for an opportunity to be the best and brightest, IRG is the place for you. We will provide mentorship, continued education, personal and professional growth. We have it all for you. We want the best and brightest.
If you want to be a part of that team, all you got to do is go visit one of their 40 convenient locations. IRG is in your neighborhood. All the details as well, you can find them at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello! Salk, serious question. Would you give Derek Hall the Boye Mafe contract right now? Yes, I'd go beyond that. Yes, I'd give him another year and more money.
Would you really?
Yeah. I think Derek Hall, you've made the choice that you want Derek Hall over Boye Mafe. So pay him. Let's go. I got no problems with that whatsoever. But we'll see what things look like in the post-Spoon contract world, if and when that occurs. Brock, we've got trash takes later. Hopefully yours will be real today. You just never
mine's
know.
Mine's a real one.
We'll see. I mean, like, that's what you were saying earlier, but yeah, you know, the investigations occur, and sometimes they change your view on this. Before we do that, though, let's have some fun here. Let's do which is better.
lefty in the rotation, not just in the bullpen, but for years. The Randy Johnsons, the Mark Langstons, the Jamie Moyers, you have had some really good lefties. The John Halamas, can't leave him out.
No, who could?
Answer here.
No,
but
yes, there is. Ask Keith Wall.
Who was the last stud ace lefty for the Mariners?
Randy Johnson. Stud ace? Pitch on the Mariners to watch. That's an easy one for me.
That's
I
a
love
higher
this slider.
ceiling. It creates unbelievably ridiculous swings against. Went down the mound.
Yeah.
When you watch his,
I just don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I mean, the biggest thing I got out of reading Passan's book, The Arm, is that nobody has any freaking idea what causes the
fucking satisfying.
It does legitimately satisfy.
I also think Snickers is one of the elite ice cream bars.
Yeah.
Maura, I was just about to say, you know where Snickers really like that. I love carbonara.
I love a bolognese too.
It's not a shot at the bolognese, but come on.
Sometimes you don't want something as rich as carbonara.
Nope, that's not true. You always want.
Ice Planet?
No.
This is fun. It's really fun to be in this scene.
I just don't like Star Wars. Like, I've watched them. I just thought they weren't very good.
No, they were really good.
Arrange the meeting. He will be the traitor.
No, and while we're at it, I had never heard of either of those Italian foods you guys were talking about either.
Oh, come on.
Never heard of bolognese?
A lot of lean ground turkey in there. There's chicken, ground beef, egg whites, fruit. I don't know.
Okay.
Protein smoothies. Yeah.
Okay. Very lean, this guy. Very lean.
All right, that's it.
That's it.
Which is better, Lyle's diet or Lyle's frame of reference in general? Let's see. Coming up, Brock, we will get trash takes. Yeah. I'm so glad you watched The Godfather again.
It was good. Yes.
I like that idea of like watching something that like is related to where you just were. On the way back from Morocco, I watched
can't help
Humphrey Bogart. God, the most famous movie of all time. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a darn. Because that was nice.
Gone with the Wind?
No. Oh my God.
Can we go to break? Need to know next. Here we go. Bye.
I hate doing this show so early in the morning before my brain works. What is wrong? What is wrong with me? We'll be right back. It's Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Well, on this Wednesday morning, we may be Centel, we may forget movies, but I do know a little something about First Mark Insurance and the First Mark Insurance Challenge, because when Molly and I took it and we tried to answer these three questions honestly, we failed and failed miserably. Number one, do you 100% know that you got the right insurance coverage to protect your needs. Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price each and every month? And number 3, should you need that insurance, can you pick up the phone and actually talk to a real person? As I said, when Molly and I took the First Market Insurance Challenge, not good. No bueno. Not in any way. We were undercovered. We were overpaying. First Mark has not only saved us thousands every single year, it's given us a peace of mind that only they can. And you know what? You could be next. They'll go to work for you the same way they have for me, my friends, my family, and not the insurance carriers to get you the best coverage. They've helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage the world of insurance and save them a lot of money along the way. And they'll do the same for your local business as well. Be the next First Mark victory. Take the challenge. And did I mention it's free? Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. They win for you.
Want more control over your kitchen? Chef Store makes it easier to buy once and stay stocked longer. Find big value in fresh proteins, seasonal produce, freezer favorites, and more. Open to the public, no membership required. Chef Store. Get more, save bigger.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Mariners and Braves this afternoon at T-Mobile. First pitch at 1:10, pregame at noon. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Shopping for a new Mazda? Shop the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, Mazda of Everett. With more new Mazdas in stock than any dealer in the region. Shop over 780 new Mazdas. Click on the Mazda of Everett price. At Mazda of Everett, exceptional customer satisfaction is the standard. Plus, at Mazda of Everett, you negotiate directly with the owner. Locally owned, trusted by thousands. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and see why we're number one.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, let me clear up a few things. I was trying to think of Casablanca. Sorry about that. The word was just...
Sorry, I couldn't help.
I was unable to get the word Casablanca
I wasn't a great
into my head.
I'm sorry.
No, it was on me. It just, you know how it is.
No,
Sometimes the mind goes blank.
As we age and we have challenges.
I was looking for Casablanca. That's Casablanca. Humphrey Bogart. Great movie, by the way.
Was I wrong that line's from
No,
Gone with
you
the
were
Wind?
right.
Okay.
That is from Gone with the Wind. Frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn is from Gone with the Wind. Also Bogart.
Oh, I see.
But I was thinking of this could be the start of a beautiful relationship or beautiful friendship, whatever it is. It is weird watching Casablanca because there's so many famous lines in it that have been like used for a million other things over the years.
Are you just trying not to get to the Mariner?
But when
news
you
last
hear
night?
them actually in Casablanca, you're like, oh, that's awesome. That's where it came from. It's pretty great. Badges?
You don't want to get to emo night.
We don't
last
need
night?
no stinking badges. I'll tell you what the best part of last night was. Flau'jae Johnson throwing out the first pitch. She was unbelievable. Dude, this gal's awesome.
She is a buff.
Maura, can we please get Flau'jae Johnson on the show?
I'm working on it.
Maura, get Flau'jae.
I'm actively working on
Let's
it.
go.
Shout out to the Seattle Storm PR team. We're talking.
All right, please. We need Flau'jae. She seems like just a hot wire. She's awesome. You see her throw?
It would be what the word
the
you were
top of the
looking for was a live wire.
What did I say?
Hot wire.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant live wire. You're right.
This has really gotten away from us in the last 45 minutes.
Heather told me I needed a vacation. I told you this the other day.
It's going to make for some great Here's the Things.
Did I tell you this on the air? Heather
Yes.
says to me I need a vacation. I was like,
Yes.
I had one yesterday.
You need to take a day. I just did.
I literally took one the last work day. Maybe that's what the Mariners need. They're going to get one tomorrow, right? They're off tomorrow.
Are they?
I think so. Before going out on the road, they head to Chicago and I just looked this up this morning. Houston. Chicago and Houston.
Nice. Good pull.
Thanks. By the way, when they face Houston, you know who's not going to be there? Carlos Correa, done for the year. Ankle surgery.
What?
Yeah, just a few minutes ago. How
I
about
was
that?
shocked that you didn't put the black Derek Carr eyeliner and go to emo night last night.
I thought about it. Put on that guy liner and get to emo night. If I did, I would have been pretty upset with what I saw. So,
yeah.
3 hits. Thankfully, one of them was a home run. Not enough as Matt Olson beats him. But it's all right. Play today. Brian Wu looking to bounce back. He's had a couple of non-Brian Wu-like starts, but they're going to have to do something against the lefty. Martin Perez.
You know what we're going to do in 10 minutes?
goes
We're going
for
to
a
stop
minute.
complaining. You know what we're going to do in 10 minutes?
What are we going to do?
We're going to stop complaining, and we're going to give 3 reasons how and why this will turn around.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, yeah, that's Clark Gable, too, not Humphrey Bogart. Same thing. Clark Gable. Humphrey Bogart.
Here's the
They're
second
basically
thing
the same.
you need to know.
Both are long before I was born.
Certainly Lyle has not heard either of those names in his life, right?
No.
You ever heard of Humphrey Bogart?
No.
Absolutely not.
Have you ever heard of Gone with the Wind?
Maybe.
Have you ever heard of Casablanca?
No.
No.
Have you ever... No. Never mind. Just moving on. We're just going to move on. Cal's back. Have you heard of Cal Raleigh?
Guy who hit 60 homers last year and should have won the MVP, came in second behind Aaron Judge, yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Is he okay? I'm looking at you, Lyle. Answer. Is he okay?
I think he'll be fine. I mean, last few weeks before the injury happened, he was starting to hit.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy who has to manage 2 swings and catch an entire staff. It doesn't shock me that he started a little slow, but I think he'll be fine.
I think
he's just trying to make a point. He should have been the MVP of showing what an actual catcher does look like.
Look what I look like. Look what the team looks like when I'm not there.
Yeah.
I think it's a fair question. No, I don't think he's actually doing that. Dan, happy to get him back.
Able to get Cal back in the lineup today at the DH spot. I'm excited about that and give him a lot of credit for getting back quickly and getting himself to a point where he feels a lot more comfortable out there. So, great job on his part.
That's Dan using a megaphone to tell us about Cal's health.
Mm-hmm. Challenge, man. Challenge. And again, we'll come to some answers here in 10 minutes and how this thing does get turned around. But you're now 4th in the league in strikeout rate. Surprisingly, only 14th in chase rate. Now, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Part of me says, well, you're middle of the pack in chase rate. That's okay. That you can live with that. But that means they're kind of swinging and missing at a lot of stuff in the middle of the plate. Or
I've seen that. Yeah, no, I've watched that. Watch them swing and miss and pitches right down the middle. Like, ooh, I wouldn't throw that pitch again. Brendan Donovan will get back in the game, Brock. He got back into a game last night in Arkansas, hoping that when they head out on the road on Friday, they will have him in tow because they need him. They really they need that bat. They need that energy. That was a guy we spent most of spring training talking about, and I'm here now in a couple of weeks.
He was their best hitter the first month of the season.
Yeah, they need him back badly.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then frustration with the Kraken. Just bummer, man. Like, there's only so many ways to get great players in the NHL. Gavin McKenna could be one of them. That's the expectation. He's going to go first overall, but that's going to go to the Toronto Maple Leafs. Obviously, you're a lot more upset if you were in Vancouver today. You finished with by far the worst record in the league, and due to the lottery, you end up not getting the number 1 pick. They're going to pick 3rd. But, yeah, that's the way of the world. The Kraken will now pick 7th, and there'll be good players available. They'll get somebody that will eventually help their team. But really hard to find a franchise-changing player at number 7 the way you can at number 1. So that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, I will say I've never actually seen Gone with the Wind. I've never wanted to see Gone with the Wind. It's never been important to me. And yes, I know that it's Clark Gable, but I've never seen it.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Who plays Scarlett O'Hara? Who plays Scarlett? Do you know more? Have you ever seen Gone with the Wind? Oh, sorry. Maura's doing something else.
Sorry.
I say, have you ever seen Gone with the Wind?
I have not. I knew that line was from it.
That's my mom's favorite movie, and I know, and I've just.
What was it? The 30s?
Huh? It is 1939. Yeah, Vivian Leigh and Clark Gable. Yeah,
I realize that's almost 100 years ago.
It's crazy. Yeah, I've never seen it, but Gone with the Wind, 1939. That's crazy. Isn't it? Say that out loud. 1939, there was a movie that came out that still has, I was going to say some level of cultural relevance today, although Lyle's proving that to be incorrect. Casablanca was 3 years later, 1942.
42.
In 1942 is when Casablanca came out. Unbelievable. All right, what did you want to do next, Brock?
I want solutions. I don't want problems. I want solutions to turn this thing around. And you're going to tell me, and I'm going to tell you how it's going to get done. And then we got trash takes to see if I can actually compete.
Yeah, I don't put any stock in that. That's coming up. Brock and Salk, CL Sports on 710.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
so there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
All right, well, oftentimes this is when we get those spring showers, right? Coming off the wet winter, and it's just more and more and more wet. And then the soil around your home, it becomes saturated. Water makes its way into the crawl space. You don't even know it. And now all of a sudden you're dealing with structural damage or even worse, toxic mold in your home. It's why you call Crawl Pros. You get them to come out, and they will go where you don't want to, like into that crawl space. I have no interest in going in there at all, but that's what they do. And if they do find water, they know what to do. They'll install groundwater drainage system and a sump pump and reroute all of it outside your home's footprint where it all belongs. Don't take the risk. Do what I did. Have Crawl Pros come out for free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll check that attic at the same time for proper insulation and any signs of rodents or mold or anything else going on in there. If you are worried about your crawl space or attic, critters, damaged insulation, water intrusion, or mold, whatever it is, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection today at crawlpros.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Olympic has the perfect way to celebrate spring. A hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. Through May 10th, you'll save thousands on the perfect wellness solution for your home. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our Kids Zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right. Trash takes coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Brock, you want solutions, huh? Solutions?
I want solutions.
I don't have any. What kind of solutions do you want?
Yes, you do. Everybody can complain and everybody can moan and everybody has a right to, and this has been a disappointing start, not the way it's supposed to be. But what are some, and Jeff Passan did some of this yesterday, I thought, in a great way, and Jeff is so good, and I was texting with a few baseball friends of mine and DMing, Jeff does such a good job of giving you like under the hood numbers and stats and the analytics that aren't, just front and center. And then also with an opinion, right? He just kind of blends those things, why he's one of the best in baseball at what he does. And he gave you some indications that the models will tell you that Luis and Logan, it's kind of been back-to-back weeks, right? It was Logan the week before. It was Luis this week. That, these things numbers-wise are telling you that this is going to turn.
Yeah, I think he used the phrase positive regression. Right? Regression sounds negative because it sounds like you're regressing and getting worse. But what he's talking about is a regression to the expected mean. And in this case, that would be positive because they have not pitched as well as you would have expected. So you would get a positive regression forward.
So that's where it's always going to start with me. This team is built on pitching. The president of operations, Jerry DiPoto, was a former pitcher. None of that has changed. This is about pitching. It should continue, hopefully, to be a strength. Bryce Miller, hopefully, will have his final kind of tune-up and could go 75 to 85 pitches up in Everett tonight and continue to feel well. And then we'll see kind of the solution or the answer that comes from that and where he fits and what that means.
I like your question, Brock. It's a worthy question. What are the solutions to kind of fix what's ailing the Mariners right now? The best answer to it is time, right? You just need guys to get back to being themselves. You need to get Bryce Miller healthy. You need to get Brendan Donovan healthy. You need to get Cal hot and healthy. You need to get, you just kind of need your guys to eventually
and
click
Brass
in.
was throwing yesterday in the outfield, which is a good sign before the game.
They're just just things you need to just wait, unfortunately. Some of it is just time. In the meantime, though, I just think you got to clean it up. You're right. You there's nothing you can do other than wait for your good players to be good. You're not going to tell them to be, hey, Logan, go pitch better. Okay. That doesn't work. But you got to clean up the things that are messy right now. And I don't know what the solution to that is. There are only so many options. And I know the most popular common response from fans is the manager should yell at them. There should be a level of discipline. Somebody should show fire and passion and anger.
Some level of punishment.
Something should happen. I'm mad and I want someone else to show that they're mad as well. The problem is it doesn't tend to work anymore. Maybe there was a day in baseball in which it did, but it hasn't for a long time. And I will never forget watching our guy, Lloyd McClendon, walk around to each base and show the guys what he was looking for, only then to have later that night an out made at every single base. Every one. You couldn't write it. It was as if they did it on purpose. And my guess is they probably did. You're not going to show me up like that. I'll show you up. Make a mistake at every base. And guess what? You're not going to be long for this world. Because ultimately, it's easier to fire a manager than it is to get rid of a whole group of players. So I don't think yelling at them and telling them you better do this or else.
And Ryan Healy kind of doubled down on that a couple weeks ago when he joined us, and when I kind of asked him the best managers, and he said that, when you're going through rough spots and you're going through struggles, and Rob Refsnyder is, and Leo Rivas is, and Cal Raleigh is, and Mitch Garver is, and so many of them at the plate are, and they can look up and see the big numbers on the big board up there as they step in the batter's box and see an average that starts with a 1. And then the next number is a 3 and a 4 and a 6 and an 8. Like that's not good enough. And to Ryan's point, in today's baseball especially, the last thing you want is somebody in leadership to make you feel even worse and not support you and not have your back.
So I don't think that's going to happen, right? I don't think and plus, if it does, we'll never hear about it because Dan is, as you've said many times, and you're right, a praise publicly and criticize privately kind of guy. So if he is getting on Luke Raley after a bad decision with the ball in the outfield or any of the Randy issues or any of that, you're not going to hear about it. You're just not. Like, that will be kept very, very private. That's Dan's process, and I have no problems with that whatsoever. But you got to do something. Because you cannot continue to have the errors, the mental errors, the base running errors. You've got to find a way to play clean baseball. And I don't, maybe that right now Cal's going to eat up the DH spot for a little while. Maybe at some point that does mean you got to have Randy DH a little bit more often. And if he doesn't like it, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you got to find a way to make him okay with it. Like, that's part of the gig, is massaging decisions in such a way as to make the players okay with them. Like, that's part of the game today.
And I think real pressing here in the next week or so, baseball has a funny way of making this happen, is what Jeff Passan did spend quite a bit of time with us yesterday, and that's talking Luis Castillo. And how are you going to massage that with him personally in that relationship? How do you massage that collectively for a guy that's been the rock? How do you massage that when he has been to the eye and to the numbers? He's got a 1.66 whip. Everybody can see that he's not been who he has been in the past.
Here's Jeff Passan on that yesterday.
It would be the cold thing to do. And sometimes in pursuit of winning, guys, you got to do cold things. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I would begrudge the Mariners for doing that, but I think doing something like that also does come with consequences. So you just have to be mindful of those. And a clubhouse dynamic is very fragile, and this is where leaders matter. It's where you get the pulse of the room, not just from your manager or from your coaches, but from the players as well.
There's no doubt that will be a big part of it, and how Cal chooses to handle those moments will be a big part also. But this has to be Dan's strength, right?
Yep.
I mean, I think regardless of whether you agree or disagree with all of the decisions that are being made during the game, I think we can all agree that that's not the strength. The strength that Dan has shown has been the ability to lead this clubhouse.
Not too dissimilar, by the way, than Pete Carroll.
100%.
I mean, Pete Carroll was the relationships and the people, and I use the word empowering, and this is going to be the voice of the team, and you guys are going to own the locker room. Not too dissimilar to Dan when it comes to that clubhouse and to the players. And that he is a player-first guy.
Pete had some head scratchers of
Yes,
in-game decision-making all the time, and we were very critical of them. Because a lot of them made no sense. Like, why are you constantly blowing all your timeouts early in the game? Why? By the way, how about the catcher the other day in his first game back off the injured list, blowing both challenges in the first inning? Come on, man. That was embarrassing. Like, dude, you gotta do better than that. But Dan's strength is similar. How you handle this. So Dan's got to get those guys to clean it up. Like, to me, this is a Dan Wilson thing. He is like, you can't have struggles with both the in-game decision-making and have a sloppy team. You got to solve the one that is easiest for you to solve. And I think for me, it should be relying on Dan's strength, which is the personalities and the leadership and the clubhouse. He seems to be great at it. So you got to get that cleaned up. That, to me, is the first thing. So what do you think he's going to do in a week?
What do you think, all things considered, and hopefully, again, this will depend on Bryce and his final outing today. Maybe he needs another one. So maybe this is 2 weeks away. But if it is indeed kind of like this NFL schedule release anticipated for next week, and Bryce comes out of this start and he's feeling great and he deals tonight up in Everett and he's ready and raring to go, You're Dan Wilson. You're Justin Hollander. You're Jerry DiPoto. How are you massaging
I don't want to be. I don't want to there. I don't want to make
Can
that
Luis
decision.
actually go into the bullpen for the next, little
I think that's,
10 to
he
15
did it in the
days?
playoffs last year and was obviously pretty effective. I don't think he needs to go down to the minors to learn how to be in the bullpen for a little while. Yeah, I think you've got to talk to him and see where he's at. Right? I think you just got to go talk to him and say, hey, are you willing to do this? We need you. I mean, I think you okay, how do I frame it if I'm Dan?
How do you frame it?
I'm probably, thank you for asking. I'd probably go in and say, hey, Luis, we're down Matt Brash. We are down Gabe Spire. We are down Carlos Vargas. Andres Munoz, as you know, has not been at his absolute best. We need you. Mm-hmm. We need you to take on some leverage innings in the pen. I won't throw you right out there game one into the, 8th inning setup spot. But ultimately, I need you to get used to this because we need you. The team needs you. This is our best opportunity to win. And I would think, I don't know Luis personally, certainly not very well. By all accounts, he is a great guy and a team-first guy. Mm-hmm. He knows where he's at. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's not blind. He knows the struggles he's having. I think he'd probably, it's a little harder to do. He's in his walk year. Wait, you want me to pitch out of the pen now?
Oh, I thought he had one more year after this.
Oh, I'm sorry. He has one more year? Oh, never mind then. Okay, even better. I'm sorry. I screwed that up.
He's got one more year.
Then, I think if it was phrased to him that way, I would think Luis would be okay with that, don't you?
Yeah, and then the question is, does his stuff actually play in the bullpen?
I can't answer that, but I have to imagine it would. Mm-hmm. I have to imagine seeing Luis for one inning and he comes in, overpowering. I have to imagine that would work pretty well.
Yep.
Certainly that I would trust it a lot more than Josh Simpson and, the guy they just picked up, Suarez. I don't even know those guys. I'm absolutely, I think that's how I'm handling it. And I'm trying to just tell them we need you. It's not about lack of performance, although obviously that's a part of it. We need you out there. We got a problem.
Yep, I think that's a fair way to frame it and could be a very real conversation next week. Another very real last conversation before Trash Takes. And this is a, 3-2 game, 4-3 today. Woo gives you 7. Who's pitching your 8th and 9th this afternoon? Lyle? Who's pitching the 8th and 9th I think Ferrer's going to be down, Mooney's going to be down. They've been back-to-back nights. You're up 6-5. Brian gives you, 4-3, whatever. Who's pitching your 8th and 9th this afternoon?
I mean, Bizzardo will go the 9th because he didn't pitch yesterday.
Okay,
but
that's good. Yeah.
In between that, I mean, I like Hoppy's slider. He might go the 8th. Feels like that's who you got to turn to at this point.
You might have Bizzardo for the 8th and 9th. Seriously. You trust anybody else? And he is clearly capable of going 2 innings at a time. And you got a day off tomorrow? Otherwise, I'm probably with Lyle. I think Hoppy is probably
6
next.
lefties in that Braves lineup more than likely.
Yeah, but he's pretty nasty against lefties with that 2-seamer. So I don't know. I'm probably it's either what Lyle said or I would think about using 2 innings out of Bizzardo. Mm-hmm. The problem is you start with 1, it doesn't go well. Now all of a sudden you're like, I'm going to pitch the 9th. He's thrown 40 pitches in this inning or something along those lines. All right, let's hear some trash takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash.
Trash Takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Who won last week?
Lyle? Forget. Who won last week?
I think you were going to give it to him, and then I gave you an update on something that was with his story, and you said, never mind, I'm going to give it to him. I can't remember. I felt bad.
Lyle was disqualified.
Do you remember what yours was, Lyle?
I'm trying to remember.
We all forget.
We have bad memories.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Lyle, what do you got this week?
Oh, I'm going first.
Yeah.
Okay. I will preface this and say if at the end this doesn't get recognized as a true take, that's fine. But it's so hilarious and made so many rounds this week that I'm using it.
Okay.
I'm using it. So there was a post this week that said, inflation's totally out of control. You can't even take 3 kids to a Detroit Tigers game anymore. And you can't do this without spending an arm and a leg. 3 Pepsis, cost of it total, $6. 4 hot dogs, total cost, $28. Cotton candy, Cost of one, $9. It was a $280 bill, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, yeah, this is a lot. You read through the first 3 items on the receipt, and you say, reasonable, reasonable, reasonable. $221 on 17 Coors Lights, and inflation is causing issues at taking a family to baseball games. 17 Coors Lights at a baseball game.
It's funny.
Okay, truth serum time for the family. Most beers you've ever drank in one day.
In one day?
One day.
I'm in.
That's a long pause. Are you counting?
You think you've gone 17 silver bullets in a
Over
day?
the course of a full day?
Yeah.
Definitely. No doubt in my mind. Yeah. And I know the day. I'm thinking of the day. Yeah. We went from Santa Monica to San Diego to watch the Patriots play the Chargers. We left on a bus, a huge group of us, at 6 a.m. and started drinking on the bus. Yes, 100%. There were at least 17 that day. There's not a doubt in my mind.
Else. Can't do that much beer.
But I was only 23, 24. Like, I could do that then. No doubt in my mind. Yes.
Wow.
But spending that much money, most beers I've ever bought at a game is like 2.
Yes.
I just don't do that.
No.
Lyle doesn't really drink beer.
No.
Morris probably had like 14.
14.
Morris never had more than 14.
Even back when I would, because I don't really drink beer anymore, it was more that I would drink shots with the beer.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Than have 17 beers. It's the shots that are the problem.
Yeah, I'll drink other drinks, but I never really loved beer. So
yeah, Salky, you win.
Yeah, I'm gonna win this one. All right, Maura, what do you got?
All right, I am going to go with our old friend Framber Valdez.
Oh, Framber, nice.
Yeah, he gave up 9 runs in 3 innings to the Red Sox yesterday. 2 of those back-to-back home runs in the 4th. And then when Trevor Story came up to bat, you know how he rolls. He was mad about it, so he decided to plunk him. And he tried to say it was accidental. No one was buying it.
No.
Even his own manager really couldn't defend that after the game, and so he was ejected. And through an interpreter after the game, he wanted to talk about the injustice of it all.
I consider that is completely unfair, given that, first of all, they should have given me a warning. And of course, if it was on purpose and I do it a second time or a third time, of course. But getting ejected, but I'm not making the decisions. The umpires are doing their job. They're doing their best. They made the decision of getting me ejected. And as you can see on the video, I was not even feisty. I was not even arguing against them, neither the umpires or the team. But again, I consider that a very unfair situation that I shouldn't happen. They should have given me a warning.
In hockey, they have, like repeat offender rules where if you have your hearing for a penalty and they know you're like a goon that's done it before, you're going to get a harsher penalty. I think we all know who Framber Valdez is. He's done this before. I'm fine with him being ejected immediately. And also, I saw someone say he hadn't thrown a 4-seam fastball the entire season.
Yeah, it was the first one.
Until that point.
Well, it was time. Nothing else was working.
That was a significant translator, by the way.
Did I
usually
see
like
Carlos
Yeah, he talked for like a full 2 minutes before the translator started.
There's a sentence and then
Did I read that it was Carlos Guillen was the translator?
I think it might have been, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's a different Carlos Guillen. I don't know.
Probably.
That was the name, but I don't think it was,
Not the Carlos Guillen.
That was a long
But
translation.
it's not like unreasonable the Carlos Guillen work because it said it was like a director of something for the Tigers. Wasn't Carlos Guillen also a Tiger for a long time? He was, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my memory of it.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I get these things wrong pretty often.
Memory's really being tested.
I remember him as playing there for a while.
Okay. I teased this 2 hours ago.
Okay.
It says he's not the player.
Not the Carlos Guillen? Okay.
Not the, no.
Thank you.
I teased this 2 hours ago. I'm taking a shot. I really worked so hard my entire trip. After watching The Godfather, after watching Gladiator, I'm like, I'm winning trash takes when I come back on Wednesday. And I can't get away from the Ty Simpson Rams deal. And we're seeing some news leaked, and we're seeing like a John Boyle article in different markets. And there was a cool little, like 4 teams were mic'd up, and we got a little bit more insight. This was Mike Renner, pretty esteemed media guy, trying to make the case for Ty Simpson being a really smart pick.
only surprising because of their track record. But if you're truly looking forward for the Rams, I think it was a very smart pick, because as long as Matt Stafford is your quarterback and Sean McVay is your head coach, you're not drafting number 13 overall again, right? You're going to be drafting in the 20s. You're not going to find a guy who is a franchise potential quarterback where they usually draft. This is a unique situation with the first rounder they got from the Falcons last year in that trade, that they could, kind of play with house money.
Really smart pick. You're not going to have, you just got the 13th pick because you traded for it.
Right.
So you can actually trade and get picks. This is not 15 years ago. You actually traded Jared Goff for Matt Stafford. You've actually seen the Sam Darnolds and the Baker Mayfields become Super Bowl champs and playoff you don't have to take Ty Simpson.
You don't have to do that.
Who's a third-round grade by the Seahawks with the 13th pick in the draft and call it a smart decision.
All right, so three very different trash takes this week. So trying to sort through it. Lyle, I thought that was a joke. I read that one as a joke. I get where you're coming from. I thought it was a joke. I thought the person was joking.
I thought it was a joke, too.
Yeah, I read that as a joke. I know your generation doesn't understand jokes or sarcasm, so maybe it didn't work that way, but I'm going to say that was not really a trash take. I thought it was a joke about how funny it was that the person drank 17 Coors Lights. So I'm going to say that's a no. Sorry. Good effort. Good job. Good effort. How nervous are you right now, Brock? Are you sweating?
Not
you
like
haven't
I
won
was
trash
last
takes
hour.
in so long.
I was sweating last hour after I got Centel.
You have not won trash takes in
2 years.
Weeks, months, maybe. But I think you got it this week. I'm going Brock this week. Coming out of nowhere like that horse that won the Derby. Coming from last place, shooting right through down the stretch. Brock wins trash takes. What is that guy talking about? No, it was not a smart pick to take this guy. It was completely ridiculous. And even if he turns out to be good, it was still ridiculous. It's just a bad pick. Take Kenyon Sadiq and don't be an idiot.
You're not going to have the 13th
Right.
pick, so you should reach for someone that most teams were going to take in the second or third round.
Take them later anyway. That's ridiculous. Brock, nice job. You win trash takes.
You know what that means? Just like me getting off the Schneid, it means Rob Ref Snyder.
Oh, big day today?
This is Martin Perez.
Gonna need it.
Big day for Rob Ref
Gonna
Snyder
need it.
today.
Please send us your Here's the Things. I think we gave plenty of material for it today.
Yeah, seriously.
You think?
Between our lack of movie knowledge and say hi if you're at the Shoreline DMV. I'm heading up there now. It's going to be great.
Nice.
Can't wait. I was saying this morning, some people might be in a bad mood about the Mariners losing. Not me, because I'm going to the DMV. It's going to be a good day. Without an appointment, no less. Because the first appointment I could get is in June.
The DMV versus the DMZ.
The demilitarized zone? I think I'd rather be at the DMV. It seems safer. Yeah.
Sure?
Yeah. In Massachusetts, we just call it the registry.
Lyle, of course, you know where the DMZ is, right?
Time to rocket from the Delta to the DMZ. Hey, is that me? That sounds like an Elvis Presley movie. All right, we got to go. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy. Next, the Hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
So there's going to be a committee
announcement.
to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life. with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Spring is the perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. Still here helping men with ED and Peyronie's disease in 2026. Our clinics have helped thousands of men in the last 8 years just like you. Most guys tell me that in their early 50s, they started using Viagra. It worked for 3 or 4 years and then tapered off. That's because Viagra is not a curative medication. It's a short-term solution. Our wave therapy breaks down the plaque in the arteries and increases blood flow without using any medication, with proven long-lasting results. Our treatments are so successful that we have some men driving up to 5 hours just to get treated every week, and our 4.9 average star rating on Google proves it. So whether it's ED, Peyronie's disease, or low testosterone, West Coast Men's Health has the answers you're looking for.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You know, you just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. IRGPT.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our kids zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss